It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Just secure the bag. It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
That mother effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
The point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Lifetime. It's so great, Pittsburgh. It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
I'd be remiss for my friend if I didn't ask you about Fallen Angel.
So the Fallen Angel is a performer named Chris Daniels, and Chicago guy.
Yeah.
And was brought out to Los Angeles, and he had the daunting task of taking someone like me who couldn't move and trying to teach them the basics.
How to move.
The basics of the business.
It's time for Jim Cornette's Right Through, sponsored by Stephen P. New.
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, it would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. We call this problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Living wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
No! Damn it!
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah, number 99. The Gretzky, folks. The Gretzky. Welcome to another one. I am your host, the infallible, the fanatical, and the quite frank Phil Marks. Yeah. And joining me today is nobody so far, okay? So chat is here with me, over 100 of you across both channels. Make sure we run those likes up to 100 as we do, right? Absolutely. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for yourselves and everybody running those likes up as we get into another eclectic PWT live show. Okay, we've, of course, had... lots of news go down, stuff that nobody expected going down on NXT, which is why I have NXT pulled up right now, okay? Because we're going to review that show quickly as everybody files in. And we have Ricky Starks, as you see in the title. He's in NXT. I'm going to break that down as best as I can. The debate over what his name's going to be, we're going to talk about that. Also, we have on the AEW side, tweets. If you guys are seeing the thumbnail, it's like Tony Khan's AEW's tweeting out a new era's begun. It's a new era again. I guess the Max era is a new era. And they promote this new era by showing all the old stuff from AEW, like when Moxley had hair and, Kenny and the Bucks were on TV every week and those sorts of things. So that's kind of funny. Again, identity crisis. Like, are you trying to give people a new feel? Or are you trying to give people a member berries nostalgia feel? You gotta figure those things out, right? I don't know. That's on you, Tony Khan. So what else is going on? Logan Paul clears the entire AEW roster, including Hangman Page, and Kenny Omega's mad about that. We're gonna get into that. We're going to get into some indie news, indie-rific news, not Indie Hartwell, but indie-rific stuff. What else do we got today? Let me just quickly look what's on the docket. We got some Sickos. I don't even know if there's any Dave today, believe it or not, right? because on Monday we did a just sort of a spur of the moment Dave Meltzer dumb moment of the week, right? And it was very last minute, and we added some stuff on the fly. And so I don't know. I'll have to check there. I'm sure we could just look at his page and laugh at some stuff if worse comes to worse and time permits. This episode is well dedicated to Harley Quinn Cornette. Rest in paradise. Thoughts and prayers, all of us over to the castle with Mrs. Cornette and Jim there. And yeah, as everybody files in, make sure you hit the like, make sure you hit the subscribe, consider joining our Discord and hanging out if you like hanging out in chat. It's basically just an extension of that. And what else? We're almost at 6K subs, like right away. I hope we hit it by, like, okay, PWT 100 is coming up on Saturday. You all can't miss that shit. It's going to be epic. We're doing NXT Vengeance Day and AEW All In. Grand Slam, pardon me. It's not All In. Sorry, it's the Grand Slam scam. How could I forget? I named the thing. Yeah, sorry. You just forget because it all just bleeds together. It's just a random thrown together. Like the pay-per-views just feel like longer Dynamites, you know, as of late. Maybe there's like a couple that were decent. The last couple AEW shows have been okay, but I think this Grand Slam show is going to get clowned on regardless just because it's not on pay-per-view. Like it doesn't matter what so it's just a regular TV show, but just look at the matches and there's going to be like commercial breaks and stuff. So I don't know. It's going to be weird, but we're going to watch it. PWT 100. It'd be sick if we got to 6K subs by then. You know, I think we can do it, but we just got to not be lazy about it and stuff, I guess. So I'll ask you all to share it.
Acknowledge me.
Share the goddamn show if you can. You guys already put in all the work. Consider becoming a member. Patreon.com/prowrestletimes. And yeah, that's how you support. The free way to support is just being here, leaving a comment, hitting like, hitting dislike, that sort of thing. Okay. So thank you all. I'm going to check in with chat in just a moment. Right. But first and foremost, yeah. So I see it in chat. Does everyone know Dynamite was taped last night? Yeah. So I stayed free of spoilers. Now, maybe I came across some and I just didn't realize because I'm so not invested lately into AEWs, man. It's hard for me, but yeah, we're going to watch it tonight. I don't really know anything. I have the card. We can go over it. But first and foremost, I did just want to talk about NXT as everyone sort of files in, right? So yeah, I actually need to make a post. And yeah, just thank you all so much. Round of applause for you guys for helping this show blow up and becoming the fucking thing that it is. You know what I mean? Because it's I don't know. It's been incredible just doing this. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna get all sappy here and start blowing myself. But it's been fun, you know. It's been a grind for sure, bruv. And like, yeah, 6K is a big deal. I think we can get to 10K like relatively quick this year. Everything's up and up and up in the green and everything like that. And it's all because of you guys. All for you. You know, I love you guys. It's a grind. And yeah, but thank me, motherfuckers. Or you'd have one less good show to listen to. No.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Gotta put myself over a bit. But yeah, it's exciting, you know, and haters are hating. The hate is gonna hate. But more people are loving what we're doing, you know, and seeing that your boy Phil is making sense with some of this stuff here. But okay, enough about myself. You guys don't care about me. You guys don't care about you. Let's check in with chat. Rabid Wolverines LC Killer 17. Ricky Starks finally embrace the grind, bruv. Dude, restore the feeling. Right? I saw Awful put out a great tweet. He's like, yo, they can't keep getting body shots like this, eating body shots like this AEW. And I was like, it's over. It's a fucking standing 8 right now. Like this shit's getting waved off any second type thing. So I don't know. I think it already has a little bit. We walk an endless mile for Phil. Excellent. I love that. Ass play 40. What's up, George? The top mod of the top pod is here. 49 more likes. Damn, he's on top of it. Well, we're at over 200 people watching, and that's what I was bibbling and babbling for. So let's review some fucking NXT. Things I'm excited about. Get the banjo, I guess. That's what. So, yes, this is a quick, like, Bleacher Report live rundown, I think. They don't have their typical, like, review up, oddly enough. So, I'm sure Alfred's like, Phil, you can go to fucking Forbes and do whatever. But we started with Bleacher. We'll see it through, I guess. Yeah. Ultimately, this show is really good. This is the best wrestling show on TV. I say it time and time again. Even a couple weeks where I kind of lull off it and I'm not like putting it over as much as Raw or whatever, it's because they just deliver. It's become par for the course. So when they do cool things like this, it's, I don't know, it was just fun seeing Bayley. She had a good match with Cora Jade. I'll put that over. What else? We're just quickly scrolling through this. This three-way tag match. And I'll go back and forth. Check out my gravel pit, right? I'll go all over the place with this review, like, because I watched it. You know, I like to freestyle it. Anyways, so this tag match, first off, like, so with the people going to Japan, now we got Japanese talent coming over. I'm not overly familiar with this dude. What's his name? Yoshiki, or I don't even remember, but he was so fun in this match, right? These other two gentlemen, I'm so bad with the names, but the one dude went to Noah and all that. And then you have Hank and Tank, of course, who are just phenomenal. Like, they are the modern sort of toned down. I because they're wearing jerseys and the shorts, I know people are going to be like, oh, it's not really, but it's like the Public Enemy. Sorry, I lost the name there in my head. I got to pull Dynamite up here too. Yeah, we got like 45 minutes till it starts. All right, yeah. So I have no spoilers. Hopefully I don't come across any. Don't throw any in chat, please and thank you. Anyways, so Hank and Tank, you know, they're like Public Enemy. They're, I don't want to say the Nasty Boys, but, you know, a la that sort of thing. So just less like hardcore, but they throw their bodies around. They're reckless. This match was so fun. Now, this was an AEW delight match here, you know. So in NXT, I swear, to me, in my opinion, when it comes down, I know I'm all over the place. I'm just really excited, okay, because we're getting to the Ricky Starr and the cage match. All right, but anyways, so in this war, quote unquote, between AEW and NXT, which is what it is, the wars between like TNA, NXT, if we want to separate it, you know, AEW, GCW, HOG. You guys already know this. We talk about it ad nauseum. With NXT and Shawn Michaels, I think he's even more petty than Triple H. I think he loves beating AEW in the ratings with old AEW guys, ex-AEW guys on his roster in the main event. I think he loves doing these matches that are so, like, once in NXT, you get a match where you're like, that's an AEW flip, crazy, mayhem, no sense delight match right there. However, it's good because the whole show isn't that. Do you know what I mean? So when they do it once in a while, it's like blood. If not everyone bleeds, or like, let's say someone gets a hard way in a ladies match, and then in the main event, you got Kevin Owens bleeding or whatever. Okay, it's understandable. Like, it's real. This is a physical sport or whatever, but we're not going to overdo it. We're not going to have cinder blocks and needles and shankings in Minecraft. We're early in the show, right? All in one match, let alone across one card. You have an unsanctioned match to start the fucking whole show, like AEW's done in the past. So when you have this sort of reckless, chaotic, four-way, three-way Japanese lucha style, CMLL retaining the casuals, Tony Khan. When you have this sort of match once in a while, it's so fun. And it really stood out because of that. And this, what's this guy's name? Yoshiki? Chat will let me know. Let me see. You guys know what his name is? Yoshiki. I should just Google it, I guess, right? Google it. I should have Googled it before. I'm sure his name is in here. And then, yeah, Fraxiom is like, oh, you guys get a shot at our belts or whatever. Miles Bourne was in this. Yeah, Yoshiki Inamura. he's like a chubby dude and he gets in the sumo stance, but he's like flying around, not even flying around. He's doing like big body slams. His moves are all just basic, but he makes them look so cool. So he does this big splash off the top and he gets like video game posture and impact, and the way he's shaking the ring, dude, it looked like he's going to pull the fucking top rope off. And he, picks a dude up in a scoop slam, but he's like spinning him and working him around. So he's doing like clotheslines and big splashes and suplexes, not even suplexes, like scoop slams and shit, like body drops. But he just makes everything look so big and fun and like sports entertainment, bro. Like that's what he is. He's just really a great fit in NXT. And I should Google it. Like, how old is this guy? I don't even know anything about this dude. Yoshiki Inamura. Age. How old is this dude? He was born in 92. So the guy's like 32 years old, 32. So good for him, dude. So exciting. Like immediately, I'm a fan. I'm such a fan of this guy. So then we get Johnny Curtis, JDC. He takes on Lexus King in the Heritage Cup. I don't like these matches. I just got to be honest. I'm not about the rules and all that, but it basically King wins. JDC is wearing like his Fandango pants and shit, and I get it, but the problem is, and then they sort of brought him back as Fandango, but he's like, no, I'm Johnny Curtis. Now, if you're watching TNA, it's not like, it doesn't kill anything for me, but when you watch him on TNA, his whole thing is, I don't even like wrestling. The system's like, no, we're just here to whatever. And he wears like boxing trunks and shit. So he comes back and he's wearing his pants and he's sort of leading into it. And I get it because you want to remind everyone who you are and make that connection in case they forgot, maybe lapsed fans or whatever. But at the same time, Brev, I don't know. He should have just stuck to his guns or went full Fandango and then just swerved everyone. Like, did a Fandango while he's in NXT and just pretend Vince style, like, oh, it's the WWE universe. Yeah, I'm here. I'm back. Fandango. And then he, like, attacks Lexus King and is like, no, the system, bitch. I don't even like wrestling or that sort of thing. Maybe that would have been cool. I don't know. But he's sort of just towing the line, which is okay. I'm not hating on him for that. I get why he's doing that shit. And he's tremendous. And for a veteran, y'all got to remember, JDC, longtime veteran, giving Lexus King some of that knowledge, some of that rub as well. That's great stuff. That's why he's here. And they're just pumping out the young talent at NXT, folks. Nikita Lyons went from being super viral and everyone's like, yeah, I love her. But she, for me, I'm just not, just make her a valet. I don't want to see her wrestle. She makes cringe. She does cringe backstage shit. It's just too overacted. She's going to find her own. It is NXT. It's developmental. Thank God, like Evolve is coming on Tubi. But so many people, WWE is so hot, they can't have that. They need to have a territory that isn't just NXT and Evolve house shows, that is developing people off of TV. For real, man. Like an FCW, or it's on regional TV. It'll still leak on the internet a bit. But you can't put shit on Tubi. It might beat Dynamite, bro. Tubi, the ratings for this Evolve show might outdraw the max numbers for Dynamite. That's real talk, man. So I just think, or maybe that's where they just, maybe I'm talking out of my ass. Maybe they're already 10 steps ahead of me and they're already like, don't worry, Phil. We already thought of all that. Don't worry. We know that. We thought of that. But Nikita Lyons for me just isn't hitting, and her ring work, I don't know. Some of it looks a little stiff. Like it's kind of sloppy shop, Some of it looks a little stiff, and because I think it is, because she's green, It's not like she makes it look good, I think, but Zarya can handle it, and she's amazing, and she's at the level she should be at. Julia Gulia, Vaquer, they get pushed right to the moon. You don't do that with Zarya. It's the same idea when it comes to, like, my prediction with Ricky Starks and Malachi and Rusev Miro was like, I tweeted it out there. Okay, I would debut Ricky Starks surprisingly on Vengeance Day or stand and deliver even. I said stand and deliver because Vengeance Day, I would do it on Vengeance Day, but they're already debuting that spooky group, that new Retribution or whatever they're called type group. Hopefully they're not called Vengeance Day. That'd be fucked. But yeah, that new group in NXT, they're debuting on Vengeance Day. So they couldn't do that because they're like hacking the TV shows and stuff. So Ricky Starks just appearing on that show. I was close enough, off by a little while. I think I said a few days. I botched. I meant like a few weeks or whatever, a few months or whatever. Because I would want to say Vengeance Day, you know, if it was up to me. If I had the pencil, it would be he's debuting and those spooky hackers wouldn't have been a thing. But they did this all in 24 hours notice, so that couldn't be the case, right? So they didn't know. I guarantee they would have saved that shit for Vengeance Day if they could have. We'll talk more about that in a minute when we get to the Ricky Starks part. But yeah, I said just shockingly surprise debut Ricky Starks on NXT. You do Malachi as a surprise Raw after Mania. The lights go out. Everyone pops. He returns. He gets raised up from the coffin, you know? And then you have you just do promos of Miro. And then you do them kind of mysteriously at first, like they did for Penta. But then you have Miro talking in them. Like, my God, forsaken me and shit. Don't go that, like what he was doing in AEW, don't go to that extreme. But he'll have good creative filters in WWE, so Miro should cut those same type of promos, and then eventually, like, the door opens, the light shine, the fire, and then it's like he comes out of the light, because he did that in AEW. You kind of do that again in WWE to carry it over, but you don't, because he was over in AEW as well. You know what I mean? Like, Miro's over, like, he would just pop up, fuck a dude up, or make someone look really good by doing a job to them, and then he'd disappear for a long time. So he didn't really get too much on him. Malachi didn't either, but Malachi was like consistent in AEW week to week. So we kind of see the allure when he shows up. It's like, okay, if you're a mark, I know a lot of the WWE fans are going to love it. And you have to think about like what's marketable too. So Rusev Day is marketable as fuck. They drove him to the ring on a tank against John Cena at Mania. Like, people don't forget that. Rusev Day is still over shit. Malachi Black, his entrance is cool. He's a Triple H guy. We all know. We don't have to explain Malachi Black, why he's cool and different. And then obviously Ricky Starks is just the future, as he said in his promo. But Lions, I don't know. Zarya, to bring it back to what I was saying, everyone's in the right position. WWE understands what they're doing, right? So Ethan Page, he's at the top of NXT. Lexis King, he's a little lower. You have Cody and CM Punk, but they were made in WWE before they even went to AEW, really. But, they're at the tippy top. But then you have Penta, who just debuts on Raw as like a mid guy. They know where it's not like they're just booking AEW people as the faces of all of their company and shit like that, you know? Some people would try and argue Cody, but no, fuck no. He was made he made AEW. Cody made AEW like relevant. You know, he made it a serious thing. If it was just Kenny and the Bucks and Tony Khan, I don't think people would be like, okay, it's just going to be New Japan. But it's because of what Cody Rhodes was doing and his connections and what he did on the indies and everywhere that we knew, okay, this motherfucker he's his son's kid. Or, pardon me, he's his son's kid. He's, dummy, he's his dad's son. He's his dad's kid, you know? He's the son of the plumber, you know? So what did Dusty do, right? He went against the grain and he fucking is up there, you know, regarded as, so obviously, and I mean, Cody will be too in the history books one day. He did, if it wasn't for him, there wouldn't be an AEW, you know? I firmly believe that. But yeah, so to bring it back to Zarya, she's perfectly placed. She shouldn't be the main. I was talking shit too. I was like, damn, you could put her on the main roster right now. I think she's perfectly where she should be now that I've actually seen her and am more familiar with her. I don't know about teaming with Sol Ruka. That feels very Vince-ish. Like, yeah, pal, just throw them in a team. What are you doing? Well, you're hot. You go with this badass chick, and now you're a team. You know? It just feels a little like that, but yeah, Zarya's awesome. I'm spending a lot of time in this review because this shit is fun. Okay, so, you know, Ava's cooking. There's storyline shit going throughout. You know, Ashanti. I don't. What else? Maybe they have Booker. Pardon me. Was adamant Zarya should ditch Sol Ruka. Yeah, I think Zarya should go heel. Ridge Holland. So there's some point where Ridge Holland crossed paths with Julia Gulia and Vac Air, and Vacker's like, it's what is she saying? Like, there's only one thing left. Basically, we're getting Julia and Vacker for that title, you know. And I do think one of them gets called up sooner than later, but yeah, we're gonna see them duke it out. In my opinion, I think Julia keeps the NXT belt, and then Vacker no, maybe it's the other way, because Julia's she feels main roster. You see her on NXT, and Vacker as well, but she fits NXT. But they're both sort of feel above it a little bit, you know, because it's sort of like high school, college campusy. I explain it all the time, but yeah, they feel above that. Like they're legit WWE superstars through and through already. So, oh yeah, their names are here. I'm like, this guy's name, he left that other group. He was in that group, and then now Fallon Henley's in that group, and now he's with this guy over here, even though I thought this guy was in Japan or whatever. Oh, good. Yeah, so anyways, just fast forward. Before the cage match starts, we got Tony D'Angelo, the North American title match against Ridge Holland. Of course, D'Angelo defends, and he's so fucking over. Ridge Holland is just an awesome, nasty heel. And yeah, I hope they don't release him too, because he's a guy I didn't give a fuck about, and he's gotten so over with me as the gatekeeper in NXT. He's like a scrappy vet who's legit hurt people. They've gotten that notion over, like, this guy will legit hurt people. He was in the Brawling Brutes. He'll fight for real, and he's just and he's a veteran. We know he can go on the main roster, and he's just getting all these NXT talents over, you know, by being a legitimate threat to them and them getting over on him. Or even the matches he wins, you know. Well, the match he won, like, he destroyed Chase U, and then we saw Duke Hudson got fucking released. So there you go with that, man. So I don't know though. They also had like a Trick Williams interview. Yeah, I see that, and also Obafemi, who's over as fuck as well. So he's got a triple threat match with Waller and Theory, and Waller's like, I'm so tired of you saying that you beat John Cena and stuff like that to Theory. Amazing shit. The Theory babyface run is going to be incredible. Anyways, though, so before the cage match was awesome, but the real main event was out of nowhere. Ricky Starks just comes out through the crowd. And I'll play some clips of it when we get into WWE news. I'll try to, you know, I'll play the audio of it so you guys can hear. Now this wasn't Pop's, like, because here's the thing. They set up the cage, so everyone's focus is on the cage. Vic Joseph is doing his thing. Then out of nowhere, Ricky just comes out through the crowd, which isn't too normal in NXT. Now the people were like, some were confused, but a bunch of people were just like dumbfounded. You could tell they didn't even know for sure if they were seeing what they were seeing, you know? And then when it finally caught on, everyone's like, oh my God, Ricky Starks. And he's like, yeah, you know who but he did get a big pop. They exploded, right? It wasn't Joe Hendry level though, but they also didn't hit the music and like say his name, and you know, it was just the dude walks out, no music, doesn't even say his name, but he hits his pose. He's like, they're saying NXT is the future. Well, the future is here. I don't know if he said the revolution is televised, or will be televised, but I fucking said it. And he's like, you all know who I am. And they're like, Ricky, and everything. And it sort of gave Scott Hall vibes, though, because it's like when Scott Hall just walked through the crowd in WCW. It's not like he got a monster pop. He's here. No, dude, this is one day after the dirt sheet said that Tony might have let people go. Like, we didn't even for surely know. We didn't get Tony pop up and be like, oh, this is great. Yes, I released everyone.
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Which we have an update on Ray Phoenix as well, which we'll get to. But it wasn't like that, man. It was like he just walks through the crowd and everyone's like, wait, is that really him? He works here? You go here? You know, you don't even go here. No. But Scott Hall, it gave that vibe, dude. because people were more like shocked, like, wait, what the fuck? And then the marks there, because they're wrestling marks in Florida, let's be honest. And they're just like, holy shit, it's, Ricky Starks. And they're giving him multiple chants. And he's like, yeah, I'm the future. Like, if this is the hottest show, then you need the, what did he call it? An absolute superstar here on NXT. So the absolute superstar and all of that. People are saying that Ricky Starks never actually said his name. Now, you guys have to understand, we're going to cover it tonight, right? Ricky Starks is on the side of like fucking buses still for AEW at their TV tapings, man. Ricky Starks is like all over a bunch of their stuff that even though they don't use them, I know they pulled him off the shop and everything, and he's been a ghost on TV, but the dude is on like production trucks. If you download apps, if you look up AEW, he's a guy, man. We've all, ever since NWA, he's one of the guys everyone's been a fan of, right? Like him and Eli Drake, LA Knight, they were cooking over there for a bit. And then he came over when NWA was sort of doing crossovers into AEW, and immediately people were like, push this guy, even WWE fans. And I feel like that's why Tony Khan didn't push him. And he's a Cody Rhodes guy, and Cody Rhodes had problems and eventually left with Tony Khan. So, and that's why Tony's like, no, Dustin is cool, but Dustin is his own man, and we see why. He kisses the ring a bit, right? He doesn't bite the hand that feeds. And so Tony likes that. Nothing wrong with that either. I'm just, if people get cringed out by it, they're allowed to call it out too. But either way, though, Ricky Starks didn't say his name, though, is the key. And he appears. No, sorry. But Ricky, and like the crowd's chanting his name, and he's like, you guys know who I am. Now, I don't think, this is purely, I'll hit the X-Files, but this isn't even fantasy mark booking. This is just my, I'd say, legit opinion on this, right? It's 24 hours removed from, like, did he sign the release papers? Did he even get him in the mail? How official was that fucking release? Was it a phone call and him going, all right, I'm taking bookings right now. You guys sure, right? You know what I mean? It felt very like when Scott Hall didn't say, I'm Razor Ramon or I'm Scott Hall. But here's the thing. Ricky Starks is his real name. His real name is Richard Starks. His real name is Ricky Starks. So no one can own that but him. Well, they could, but ultimately he can use his goddamn name. And I'm sure he didn't sell the rights of it to AEW is what I'm trying to get at. I'm sure if you look it up, like John Cena, his name is partially owned by WWE, so anything he does, he gives WWE a cut. That's like forever to use his real name or whatever the fuck. The Rock had to work out a deal to get his own name and have the full rights to that, and that didn't happen until very recently, to where he had the WWE's like, yeah, you can do whatever you want with all the Anoa'i everything stuff, right? And again, why? Because they'll just get a little cut off the top. And they just trust that they don't need to be the filter, the aggregator to what The Rock's vision is to make money off of, or plus it's his family name and shit like that. Anyways, new ownership, etc. That aside, I just think it's one day removed. And so WWE didn't even have time to like file a trademark to make merch. You understand what I mean? Like AJ Styles posted about this the other day. Like when he goes to WWE, he allows WWE to print merch with his name on it, etc. But there's still legal stuff WWE's got to go through for all of that. So that's all. It's like, I know everyone wants to pretend, Alexa Bliss signed the deal at 5 a.m. and then got changed and headed to the ring. Like, I know everyone wants CM Punk. Yeah, he just flew in and signed the paper right there. They for sure didn't do a digital signature. There was no legal bindings. They didn't have to contact the graphics department. They didn't have merch made. And you know what I mean? All of these sorts of things cleared. They didn't have fucking Living Color remaster that song again because Tony Khan owns the rights to the other version that was the remaster or whatever. So you guys get what I'm saying? Like, this stuff doesn't happen at 5 a.m. Yeah, maybe the papers are signed then, like the physical signature pen to paper. Yes. But It's not, this stuff is not so last minute, right? With this one, this was just out of nowhere. Lex Luger's at the Mall of America. This is just out of nowhere. Fucking Ricky Stark. We're like hearing rumors. Dave didn't even confirm the release rumors. I don't think, unless I'm wrong. Chad will let me know. But all of a sudden, he's just there. And when the people caught on, it was insane. And you know it's the vibes I'm speaking of with the whole Scott Hall. I'm not saying he's going to be the next NWO or whatever, but he'll be a big star in WWE. But the social media impressions, it got like 2 million in fucking one day, or like maybe even less than that, 2 million hits. I might have it bookmarked, but yeah, he destroyed. And so I think that Starks his name's just going to be Ricky Starks or Richard Starks, or why couldn't it be Ricky Starks? What would AEW? They don't own anything other than hologram. They don't even own Abaddon shit. You guys know what I'm saying? Like Brian Pillman Jr. could have went and been. Now, I know WWE likes to change names and all of that shit. Yes, but no. Some people, it doesn't make sense. Here's the thing, too. Vince changed Braun Breaker's name. Vince did that. It stuck. What do you all of a sudden switch him back? Everybody already, even with Gunther, Vince changed that shit. Main roster, you can't just switch it back. It makes no sense. It's like with Pete Dunne. They switched it to Butch. Everyone's hating on Butch. Butch is way more over and way cooler than Pete Dunne. Pete Dunne's just like a little skinny ginger dude walking around angry at everyone. Like the fucking high school bully who never hit, who never like hit adulthood fully yet. He's like trapped in a high school body. It's like that. And I'm not even being a fucking hater. I like Pete Dunne, but Butch was way cooler. He was like the snarly little shit stir at a fucking bar who would like jump the guy bigger than him because he knew his big friend would, back him up type thing. And, he'd bite your nose in a fight or whatever, twist your face. Like he seemed like one of those guys. Now it's just the bruiserweight that played its course. Like Butch is way better than Pete Dunne, in my opinion. So to me, I can't even think of an example of anybody else. Like, who did they change? LA Knight. Yeah, that was a Vince thing. And yes, it stuck because it got over, because LA Knight got it over because he's undeniable, just like Ricky Starks. If they changed his name to Ricky Sparks or Richard Starks, right? They changed Bobby Roode to Robert Roode. Again, a Vince thing, right? So I'm not worried about it, but even if they change the name, he's undeniable. He's absolute, bro. And the Revolution is televised on the CW and NXT sometimes. I mean, NXT, Netflix sometimes. See, I'm dyslexic as fuck. I don't even think that's the right thing for what I'm doing, but I always accidentally say NXT and Netflix all the time because I watch NXT on Netflix, and I fucking all the time I'm calling them the wrong thing. I keep calling NXT Netflix. I keep calling fucking Netflix NXT, but I guess it rings true to all three, right? The Revolution will be televised on NXT, CW, and they're going to hit 1 million. And I think, just to bring it back, earlier I was kind of all over the place, but the point I wanted to make, I think Shawn Michaels gets a real kick out of the whole, it's a war thing. Like, he was so loyal to WWE, and I think he gets a kick out of NXT beating AEW, and I think he takes that stuff way more personally than Triple H does, especially because Triple H, like, I think they're all laughing about it, but I think Shawn is more like cutthroat. I think he's the has the type of petty in him to go, okay, we'll show him bald assholes. We'll show him fucking how to develop stars, right? We'll show you how to do you want to talk shit? Okay. Oh, you kicked our ass before? You kicked my boy's ass, Triple H's ass off TV before? And Vince fucking took over and gave him the boot. Watch what I do. Like, I really think that's sort of HBK's attitude. And especially because what Tony did was took all of those guys. He took Joe. Well, Joe was main roster for a while, but he took like the Undisputed Era, Swerve, like all the black and gold, like a bunch of the Triple H dudes, he took them and then he tried to feature them on his show. So then HBK is like, okay, let me take your guys now and feature them on mine and show you what's up. I truly think it's more of that than Triple. I think Triple H is just laughing like, we're doing our thing over here. Play the game. Whereas HBK is actually the type of dude to fucking, right? He super kicked Triple H in the triple threat, bro, with John Cena. Okay? You can never fucking underestimate HBK Shawn Michaels, okay? And the depths he'll go to for a victory. He super kicked his own DX stablemate. Okay? So, round of applause for I guess that was my NXT review, and I'm going to check in with chat here. Let's head on over to Dynamite. Let's take a look at this card here. We'll do a quick rundown, then we're going to get into all the film bookmarks. Let me check in here. Monkey Ball says, of course Tony didn't fumble Ricky. The best guys, Tony. God. Yeah, Dave Meltzer. So there's a poll in the chat there on both channels.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
I ask you all, PWT Universe, did Tony Khan fumble Ricky Starks? Is it a fumble, or is he going to not regret this, right? We know he's going to bring in Cedric Alexander. We know that Tony Khan's releases were reactionary. How do we know this, Phil? Because I watch these people with a close eye. Mine fine nine, right? I'm so I need coffee. Give me a second. We know that it's reactionary. I feel, because Tony's like, oh shit, all these people are released. I'll release a few that don't want to be here because I'm going to bring a couple of these people in who were just released. For sure, Cedric. And for sure, MVP is going to get Cedric paid more than he's ever been paid before. MVP is going to get Cedric paid like $750K a year or some shit like that. $1 million. Do you think they get him a milli? Ooh, Tony would do it. And I see Cedric like winning belts. He'll be a TNT champ. He'll be a guy. They'll win the trios belts and shit. So, and that's good for Cedric. I don't want to hear anyone being like, Cedric leaves the Fed and goes to this, because he isn't being fucking used. They were just bouncing him around. They didn't know what to do with him. We all like the Hurt business. Hurt Syndicate in AEW is at least like, okay, there's at least some fucking wrestlers on the show, you know? So adding Cedric just makes sense. And then MVP doesn't have to wrestle. I'm so sorry. MVP can still go, and I'm not saying he looks like shit or anything, but he just doesn't need to wrestle. Bring Cedric in and you just be the mouthpiece. Unless they do a blood and guts and MVP's like, fuck it, I'll step in. Okay. But I'd rather see him just like hitting people with his cane and shit like that, you know? Devo says mushroom infused rolling papers go crazy with Indo. Yeah, dude, I'll take one hit of that shit. I'll be like, Devo going off the walls tonight, man. Let me check in with chat as well. Holy, chat's going crazy. 340 of you watching across both channels. Please run the likes up to 100 if you don't mind. On the Clips channel, okay? The Times channel, I let you guys slide. But we're at 81 likes. So unless you guys want to be visited by Chris Jericho, which he's here, folks. Anyways, so speaking of Hurt Syndicate, we have the Hurt Syndicate versus the Guns. I'm down. Gun Boys came back, but they're likely just going to lose. Or, yeah, it's a tag team title match, so they're just going to lose to Hurt Syndicate. That's shitty. That's shitty, but it is what it is. Then we have the Death Riders in a Trios Championship match, finally for once. This is like their first Trios match since getting the Trios titles, bro. And they're going to take on the Undisputed Era. Good. I hope Undisputed Era win. I know that people are clowning them. There's a lot of people like, yo, Undisputed's lost their aura. No one's lost their aura as much as them type shit. And I kind of agree, bro. They've been bumblefucked around. It sucks, too, that Fish isn't there, because to me, Roderick is like the fourth wheel. To me, it was always Adam, Kyle, and Bobby are the three dudes. Like Red Dragon is goated. But when you look up Bobby Fish, and I ain't hating on him either, dude. He's knocking out people in pro boxing matches in recent years and shit. He can still go. But he looks old as shit, bro. He looks like somebody's grandpa. So I don't know, man. Kind of makes sense. They're in Austin, Texas. So WWE was just there. They had a fucking huge sellout. It might have been Dallas that WWE was in, which proves my point even more because people travel from Austin. So you had like Tony Hinchcliffe, Shane Gillis was there. You had Matthew McConaughey. Everyone's in the crowd, right? They go to Austin, Texas for this. Let's see who's there. That's all I'm saying. Let's see what the turnout is. Did they sell fucking 10K plus tickets? How is it comparable? Booking doesn't matter, does it, fucking Dave Meltzer? So we have Chris Statlander and Penelope Ford. Again, Penelope Ford just shows up, loses to people, so we know the result. Even though Chris Statlander just like shows up, wins a few, loses to whoever the champion is, or just gets the belt and then gives it off. That's all she's ever done. So you couldn't have less of a compelling match in the women's division. Dustin Rhodes versus MJF. Is this the real match right here? Cool. I mean, this is what's going to happen. Dustin's going to get all bloody. And like MJF's just going to beat him. I mean, I don't even know. Who gives a fuck? This is so silly. It's such a silly thing. MJF's just the legend killer now. So all the legends are putting him over is what it is. Like Jeff Jarrett, Dustin, and then they'll get whoever else is there. I'm legit surprised they didn't retire Daniels to him, which they should have done, but they're stupid idiots. Or not there. Tony Khan is a stupid idiot. And, like Hangman is friends with like the Bucks and Daniels and them, like they're close. So Daniels, like the Bucks were off in Japan, which we'll cover. They just, oh my God. Yeah, I got to roast those assholes too for what they just did in New Japan. But, yeah, Hangman's there, so Daniels is like, okay, I guess Hangman retire me. So I have no idea why they wouldn't just give that to
Stupid
MJF.
idiot.
If they're going to do this, if they're just going to copy Randy Orton and multiple, like Fletcher's copying him, MJF's copying him, right? Remember, because Orton was the guy, too, who's like, if Eddie was here, whatever, he brought up Eddie Guerrero, he would sort of cross the line. That's like what MJF does. And like, I guess Christian sort of does that, too, with the dead dad thing, but just like evoking Owen, and so it's different, right? Christian made the dad thing specifically. That's like his thing. We're talking about like just the low blow stuff that even back then, I remember Orton said that, and for what little the internet had going on then for internet wrestling, I remember people being outraged too. But anyways, Megan Bayne has her singles debut. Okay, sweet. And then the best wrestler alive, Max Caster, open challenge. So if you're doing the best wrestler alive thing, that is a good idea to have open challenges. I will agree with that. It's just that we just have an identity crisis in AEW. Like Caster, you're the rapper, dude. That thing, I don't even think it fully ran its course. Just people got cringed out and you guys got booked into obliviacry, as Shane Douglas would say. But yeah, if you are going to be like, I'm the best wrestler alive, yeah, you got to come out, headgear, mouth guard, fucking singlet, no knee pads, and you gotta try and out wrestle people and shit. I think that's a funny gimmick if someone did that, so it just doesn't really suit him, but he owns the trademark, so gotta fucking run with it, I guess, right, chat? Okay, so yeah, that's our preview for Dynamite. It starts soon. I'll get it pulled up as I check in with chat once more. Guys, 309 of you watching across the entire thing. Guys, patreon.com/prowrestletimes. If you're buying WWE merch, consider using my affiliate link, AEW Get One, so I can do the same for you guys. It's no extra cost, supports the channel. Consider becoming a member, 99 cents. What else? Like, subscribe, hit the dislike, leave a comment. And yeah, appreciate you. Super chats are welcome too. And we're going to dive right into some fucking news. Quickly off screen, I'm going to check if we do have Meltzer, though. I don't want to be like promise something and not deliver it. So I just can't remember. Here, let me see. We're not going to start with Meltzer, but yeah, we got a Brian. Okay, so we got a Brian. And we have a little bit of Meltzy, okay? So maybe we'll look for some. Maybe people tag me in some that I didn't see. but it'll be good shit, pal. Let me just check in with chat again. As I actually know, I'm going to pull up like the Dynamite. I'm just going to leave it on mute until the show starts, you know? If you guys don't mind. Do. Here, I'll check in with chat while I do this. Let me just see. Okay. 2 likes to go. Yeah, run those up. Get to 100 on the Clips channel. I appreciate that. So fast, guys. Not even an hour deep. You already crushed. Chat is completely fucking goated, and you guys know that. Brady Mac with a face palm. I didn't see. Alt Jake says, ha. Nothing makes sense tonight. My source, trust me, bro. Dopin challenge. Who is the most heelest facial hair? Max Caster. It's Kofi right now. Kofi clears Caster with that fucking shithead beard. That shithead beard is fucking legendary, dude. Hope we see Goldust at Mania. It won't happen. He just re-signed, dude. I don't think we'll see Goldust when he retires fully from in-ring, fully, and then he'll get inducted in the Hall of Fame because Tony will like let it happen when. Because remember, like TNA and WWE wouldn't swap talent and shit for a while, like a long time. They wouldn't even mention each other. But then once it got to a point where TNA is like, okay, dude, they're on the Pop network. There's absolutely no way they pose any threat. Everyone left there, you know. That's when Kurt Angle made the joke, like, remember to Sami Zayn and Kevin Owens, like, I heard TNA's hiring and shit like that. It's going to become, once AEW becomes that level to where they'll bring up AEW because it's like, yeah, they don't matter. That's when we'll see Goldust in the Hall of Fame. And we'll see WWE be willing to, remember like they did the Christian Ric Flair talent exchange, you know, they'll do that same type shit with them just one day when they're inconsequential now, not to just bury them, but if you have good foresight, if you're sitting here looking at it in the grand scheme of things, like I am, like a lot of people are trying to do, not just day to day, like Tony Khan is, just getting through each day. That's what it's felt like for a long time. So he's trying. Ricochet and some people are doing interesting stuff. I won't even lie. Ricochet, honestly, I'm like kind of into his little shithead thing. Like you want to see him get his ass kicked, you know, but, they're WWE guys, bro. Who did you make? Not one guy. Dennis King's a new member. Devo's a new member. Holy shit, guys. Thank you so much.
Acknowledge me.
These two, Devo King and Dennis King. You're both fucking kings here. Thank you all so much. And Dennis King says, oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair, but for real. Love your content, man. Keep being you. Well, sometimes I like to be me, but sometimes I like to be Conrad
come
Thompson.
on now, Eric.
So make sure you head to Fanatics, brought to you by Fanatics, and brought to you by Fanatics. If you head to www.shop.com, I'm Conrad Thompson, definitely not Phil Marks, and go and buy yourself some merchandise. You see a little yeet shirt? I like to yeet all over my belly. I also like a You Can't See Me shirt. I'm going to stop now before I get mean. Okay, it was about to get mean there. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Phil the shill over here. Okay, what do we want first? I guess we're on the topic of AEW, and AEW is about to come on, so let's do some light news, and then we'll probably start with AEW news, okay? How about that? Or we'll circle back to, what do you guys want? Let's do fucking light news. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, okay? We got to do light motherfucking news. So, let's see what we have. I don't think we have any UFC MMA drama as it pertains to pro wrestling. Do we have miscellaneous? We do. Of course we do. We do. So I tweeted this out. How do y'all feel about Goto winning the IWGP world title? So Hiroki Goto is the IWGP world champion, right? Some people are like, who the fuck is that? Some people don't care. Just keeping everyone up to date. He's a bit of a ledge, and yeah, he won the title. So we're keeping an eye on New Japan. Go and watch the shit. They had a good, I don't know, man. Gabe Kidd was cooking over there again with fucking Tsuji. Y'all got to check that stuff out. Moving along here. Nixon Newell aka FKA Tegan Nox, okay, reveals that she had been incredibly sick during 2024, the months before her release, which is likely why she wasn't on TV. So that sucks. Not a fair shake. And a lot of people, oh, why aren't they using her? But also, she didn't really connect with me and shit. Like, I wasn't a big, Tegan Nox person. I didn't really care for her. Again, good in ring, but just wasn't overly a fan. You know what I'm saying? So let's listen to what she had to say, though. Nixon Newell here.
Maze of communications. I think it just got lost in transcript and stuff like that. But I think a necessary time off started with a necessary time off, if that makes sense. Like, I needed that second to try and figure out what was going on. And then when we kind of figured it out, I was on medication. I could have come back and I was just never brought back from that, so being released wasn't a surprise at all. Even before that, I didn't expect to be there that long anyway. I thought I was going to be released a lot sooner.
Did you get? So she's thankful, but she's bummed, and I don't want to be like, oh, she's coping, but you kind of know, dude. You kind of fucking know. It's happened to me too, where you're just kind of like, man, I'm going to go on this vacation. Like, I'm going to take this week off that I know I'm not getting, like, it just might not work out after that, type thing. Sometimes when you're done, you're done. But here's the thing. TNA, just go there. I promise they'll book you correctly. She could team up with Spitfire or whatever the fuck, team against them, fight Tessa, all sorts of shit. Just go there. Don't get lost in the shuffle anywhere else. If she showed up in TNA, I think that would be a great move for her. Now, I know a lot of people think, oh, there's hesitation because the WWE stuff, but I've been proven wrong as well. Like I was saying, people like Nick Nemeth and shit probably won't show up in the crossover, but fucking Johnny Curtis showed up. Fandango, so who knows, man. I would head to TNA.
That kind of, have you, what were the conversations like when it came to that with kind of, did you get to speak to anyone like sort of Triple H, Shawn Michaels, anyone on that level, or was it just?
Not really. Like, I spoke to.
Or you be that person who goes, I'm going to go to GCW. Or like maybe MLW, maybe not MLW, because that's still sort of like a thrown together. They own the fact they're just like an indie, but they are story based. There's a lot of story going on there, which is why they're doing better. But just be that person who's like, I'm going to go carry GCW on my back right now. Fuck it. They're doing better attendances than AEW. I'll go do better attendances than AEW with GCW, and then I'll go negotiate with TNA. Or I'll go get my job back at WWE or whatever. Or I'll go negotiate with AEW then. Boom.
Because I tried to go back to NXT for a little while. That was in the works as far as I know, and then nothing. And then a couple of weeks later, I got released. So I don't know if it was just a case of, we have nothing for her. Let's just send her on her way. Which, it's a business at the end of the day. I'm completely cool with it. Like I said, I expected it. Yeah. It's completely fine. Like, I'm not butthurt. I have no excuses. Like, I don't think there's anything.
So funny how butthurt's just like a common word used now.
I was pitching. There's nothing on my end that I could have done differently. I just think it was wrong time for me to come back. If they had nothing, if that makes sense, like nothing bad on them at all. I'm incredibly grateful they brought me back. But I just think it was the wrong time on.
Yeah, I just don't think they had anything for her. And yeah, that's all it is. It's all about time, opportunity. And we just, like I said, we just saw Fandango back. Okay. You can come back. They always come back. But yeah, shout her out and shout out Alistair McG in Metro UK. So we have federal prosecutors, and I put this in miscellaneous because Vince isn't with WWE, pal. And he might go start his own Fed now. Now I think it could happen in Saudi or something. Now, legit. But federal prosecutors have dropped their criminal investigation into Vince McMahon over alleged misconduct cover-ups with no charges filed. And basically, this is via the New York Post. And if you look into this more and more, I didn't bookmark every little thing, but basically, yeah, there's no criminal charges or anything. And they found for sure that there's no, basically the timeline doesn't add up. So it's like, legitimately, Triple H had no knowledge, basically. Like, he's vindicated all of the people, like, in WWE that are still remaining there. Like, everyone who left, yeah, those people knew, right? Everyone who's there, basically, like, they had no idea, and it's basically been proven, I guess. I keep saying basically because I'm not good with the law shit, basically, right? I'm basically a basic dumb fuck, basically, with the law stuff, right? So, I don't know, but it's been dropped. I was reading a bit about it. Maybe I should get Dose on here. Maybe I'll do a pod with him or something to break it down. I'll give him a day to analyze everything. Yeah, that's what I'll do. And I'll, like, record one and drop it. Not like Vince. Pause. No Vince, you know. But yeah, there's no cover-ups and shit from WWE and all of that. It was just Vince was spending company money. People didn't know. Which is what's, you know, the crazy thing is, like, Harvey Weinstein was doing crazy shit. And I keep bringing it to that because that's what Tony Khan compared it to. And people did know about it. Everyone's like, yeah, we knew about it, but people didn't, like, we didn't realize there was, like, abuse. Everyone just thought it was, oh, he's dating all you know what I mean? He casts all the young actresses in town type thing. So they all bury their head in the sand too. Now, we don't cancel everyone who's ever made a Miramax film or watched a film produced by the Weinstein brothers, right? That's like every movie in the fucking early 2000s. That was every movie, bro. You know, so we don't like, not everyone, you can't point fingers at everyone ever, you know. And so that's why it was fucked that they were doing that shit to Triple H and all of them. It's like, I think they really got rid of everybody who knew stuff just to give them the benefit of the doubt and to see how the culture, like, if all the reports were, yo, WWE's still toxic, people are unsure, and the shows are being rewritten at the last minute, and people want out, like, everyone's bummed. Nixon Newell is bummed that she just got released from WWE. People are upset when they get released from WWE, but they're incredibly thankful now. Whereas before, it was like, let me out of here, escape this prison, da-da-da-da-da. So if that doesn't speak volumes to how the culture and how everything has shifted drastically in a short amount of time, I don't know what else there is. But then to point pictures at Triple H, people like Tony Khan's friend, lifelong friend, BJ Bethel, going literally posting blueprint schematics of the WWE HQ and being like, Triple H had, you know what I mean? He knew about the design of the building, like hidden fucking trap doors, like it's Clue. Trying to put that on these people. It's when Triple H and Stephanie were like, we're out. When they discovered this shit and it came to light. Come on, man. Fuck out of here, man. So yeah, and Vince, fuck out of here too. But like, okay, no criminal investigation. I don't want to hear no Vince sympathizers like he should come back. I don't want to hear none of that shit. And I don't want to hear no complaining about Vince and WWE anymore, dude. They don't know. It's time to move on, okay? We all got to move on. Period. Period, fucking point blank. I don't want to hear people crying about this shit anymore. Yeah, Vince is, hey, we always say let's stick to the wrestling here, right? Okay, take all the controversy out of it. Fuck Vince. I'm glad he's gone. He was spread too thin. He's getting old and senile. He's out of touch. He doesn't know what's working. We can break it down on the artistic level too. I don't want his booking back. I don't want his characters back. I don't want all of that shit, you know? So let's, take all the controversy out of it. Just no, we need Vince the fuck out of there. He was ruining WWE. And, so ultimately it's just, let's move on. That's what I say. So speaking of moving on, man, Soft Ground Uganda Wrestling. So a powerful reminder that growth, transformation, and greatness often require us to let go of our attachment to comfort, constant gratification. Thanks to the generosity of Cody Rhodes, SGW now has its own ring, while the soft ground arena remains in-ring matches are coming. Remains like on the soft ground arena, in-ring matches are coming. So I don't like that they're going to wrestle in a ring from now on. I know that they're saying it's going to stay in the soft ground arena, but what made it cool was that they were wrestling in the mud and shit. So now it's just like a Fed with a ring and shit. What's next? A Titantron, motherfuckers? No, I'm joking. It's cool. It'll hopefully produce some people, but basically, you know, we've had Duke Loves Wrestling come on the show and go at, you know, the SGW people. And I will say this, they did get a fucking ring. Now, whether it's from Cody Rhodes or not remains to be seen. And here's the other thing. You know, Duke did say you won't ever see Cody co-sign that shit again. Like, it doesn't matter how much he tags them or Will Ospreay and shit. They won't acknowledge it. So if anyone can update me, if Cody Rhodes retweets this and is like, you guys are welcome and da-da-da, let me know. I have no idea if he has. I didn't sleuth it out yet. If someone has evidence of that or could check his Twitter quick, please go and do it. That would be awesome. Oh, yeah, and we have this fucking show on. No, I'm not even paying attention. That would be awesome. But they have a ring, so I don't know how they got it. I don't know if they did this to shut the haters up. I don't know if there was really just a whole whack of problems. Now, beyond Duke coming on the show and saying his stuff that he's, you know, his expose, if you will, which I implore you all to check those out. I had other people reach out to me behind the fucking scenes that are recognizable names in SGW, not currently, but people that went viral in SGW before. I'll leave it at that. I don't know if I said it on the show, so I don't want to say it again if I didn't, but reach out to me too to be like, yeah, I want to come on the pod and like fucking talk more about this. It just didn't line up. They're in another part of the world as well, so it just, I don't know, there's communication there, but you know, it is what it is. So they got a ring though, so I want to talk to somebody. You know, I want to fucking know what's up with this. What's up with that, as the Hurricane would say, because again, I don't know, man. I have no idea if this is part of, if people did get scammed now, right? I don't know about all of this now. I don't know. Where's my Lex Luger thing? I was just as shocked as everybody, and yeah, that's why I don't know. So I keep my mind open to this shit, and I talk to other people who know. So my take is I don't know, and I'm admitting it, Meltzer. Okay, you see that? And yeah, I want to talk to somebody about this or someone. So I'm gonna send some DMs out eventually. I just saw this today before I came on the air. So, and shout them out, man. If they're really getting rings, then that was Cody. Amazing. Just like I said when I saw the announcement initially. So before we talked about the Vince McMahon scandal a little bit. And so the Observer had this to say, that the documents noted that the belief was there was 2 company employees besides McMahon and McDivitt who had came out on the Grant case, was involved in the negotiations with her, who would have at least some knowledge of the NDA. As the government notes, knowledge within the company appears to have been strictly confined to 2 employees who had some limited knowledge of certain facts surrounding the agreements, but were not aware that the company was a party to them. The case also mentions that neither of the 2 would be from either the company's legal or accounting departments. So Ref MJ from NJ says, you know, curious how the very fine people at Post Wrestling and WrestleNomics and others who have sworn up and down people knew and did nothing will spin this one. Does SkyTel Wrestling still log on to X, or has he embarrassed himself off it by now? I'm sure somewhere BJ Bethel, that's Tony Khan's friend, is heartbroken to have all his conspiracy theories busted by his mentor over at Wrestling Observer, who failed to actually know anything as an insider all those years when it came to Vince and Kennedy McMahon. So fucking MJ just cooked him, dude. Can we get an air horn for that? Like, come on. And again, we're not defending Vince, chat, or anybody who's in here like, oh, we're not defending Vince. It's just we're defending the people who had nothing to do with it, that got weeded out. Anyways, so Mrs. Cornette said, "This is extremely hard. Our baby is gone. We are deeply heartbroken. She passed this morning at home comfortably. Smoochie, mommy and daddy will forever be thankful for you and your love. Rest well, beautiful baby girl. Forever our love, Quinn Rooney." So Harley Quinn, R.I.P. Harley Quinn Cornette. Yes. I'm sure, all dogs go to heaven, as they say. So I don't know if that's the appropriate thing to say now, but just best wishes and prayers or whatever you know what I mean? The best energies to Castle Cornette right now. So according to Bill Alfonso, Bret Hart was so over in 92 that the LA rioters stopped battering the shit out of people while he was buying a Coca-Cola. Guys, pause, a Coke. Not Coke, a Coca-Cola at 7-Eleven.
Los Angeles, I was sitting looking out the window, and I can still see buildings smoking, from the fact that they burned down the buildings and all kinds of shit, the riots and all that. And, it's different when you see it on TV than you see it in person. But so we get to the LA arena. And then I think they told Vince to cancel the show, but Vince said, "No, I'm not going to cancel the show. I got, 5,000 people who have paid their tickets. They want to see us wrestle." So we did the show, and I rode with Bret and his brother after the show back to the hotel. And this was the police.
Okay, well, let's hurry it up here, Alfonso. We'll get to the point.
No. Stars played from, the Lakers. And the cop said, "Whatever you do, don't stop. From here, from the LA arena, from the Los Angeles Forum, don't stop." So I said, "Okay, thank you." Where we see you, we go in there, and there's all kind of people, white, black, but there's tension,
Mm-hmm.
But luckily enough that Bret was recognized. Hey, the Hitman! So we were over, so we had no problem. You know what I mean? The brothers were glad to see us.
She was bridging the gap there at the right time.
So it was all good. So that was one story, but he was a great guy.
Yeah, fucking people always talk about how Bret Hart's like super over in the black community and stuff like that. So I mean, I don't know. He was just so over. Like people argue he's the GOAT. He's the catalyst for the Attitude Era. Like fuck Stone Cold. It wasn't even because of him the Attitude Era was ushered in. Like they say, like it was because of Bret Hart and what he was doing. Yeah, the Jersey J Cup. We got two of our guys here. A non-tournament match. On night 2, Feb 16, Gabe Kidd versus Mance Warner, GCW, JCW. So outside of New Japan, Gabe Kidd spreading out. Let's fucking go. Two guys we like right here at PWT. So here we go. We're going to listen to Jim Cornette. This was tagged to me maybe more than any video ever. I'm going to get a yellow flag for this, but fuck it. We're going to play it because might as well. And this is Jim Cornette burying Jungle Boy to not Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us.
Can you give me a beat? Sight, subliminal, lyrical, rap megastar, cynical. Here's Johnny Cornette Lamar, Jungle Jack, son of a TV star. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm hearing those jungle drums. Used to hang around with chimpanzees. What is his gimmick? He's a homeless bum, poo flinging, swinging in the trees.
Hey,
he's going to sit in one of those little kids' seats. Jungle Jack wanted to use broken glass, real glass. The medical staff said, "We don't think you ought to do that." This is where this fucking clown's head's at. Lil Jack got his panties in a bunch, so it was brought to CM Punk. He said, "We don't do that on Saturday night." They're going to Wembley. He grabbed him by the goozle pipe. Real glass.
Grabbed him by the goozle pipe. Dude, when David Arquette got stabbed with the real glass in Minecraft YouTube, but like in that, that wrestling match. It was a wrestling match, guys, but guys, Yo.
Click. He did not punch a person. He choked one little nitwit. Curly-headed, entitled little prick. What you think he was gonna do, dipshit? Cry me a river. Mine for wrestling a slug in a sewer. You're not a TV star. You're tired. What the fuck? He looks like a minor.
Oh no.
Jungle Boy sucks. Jungle Boy sucks.
Oh
Jungle
my
Boy
God, this is
sucks.
amazing.
Jungle Boy sucks. Jungle Boy.
Yo, chat, this is amazing. I'm getting yellow flagged for this. Chat, I'm gonna have to clip this shit and put it on Patreon. Monkey Ball says lies. Triple H books the federal government. Yeah, that's what we mean when we say the Fed. It's the entire federal, the federals, the federales, bro. Welcome to the Federation, dude. Whole D Federation X, bro. It's a new era, dog. Oh man, guys, listen. This is crazy. Let's continue. I'm trying to break it up. You can't even play 10 seconds of this beat, I guarantee. So I'll probably throw this up on Patreon if you notice this is clipped out of the fucking replay.
Sucks. Jungle Boy sucks. Don't run your fucking yap. Don't fuck around and find out. Jungle Jack, what, you gonna do something about it? Yeah, apparently. Oh my God. He grabbed me. Tony ended up firing his biggest star. Punk should send Jack off a Christmas card. Look in my eyes. What do you see? CM Punk to the WWE. What's Jack Perry gonna fucking do? Tony, fire the fucking little goof. Arrogant knob. Indie nitwit. Here's your contract, Jack. Rip, rip, rip. Tony.
Here's your contract. Rip, rip, rip. Yes.
He made me mad. Send him another check, but don't let him come back. Jungle Boy sounds fake and like a dork. Runs and hides because he doesn't like to talk. Homeless Jack living in a box under an overpass on cocaine, shot into space. Jack is slapping himself in the face. He's ready to get butt fucked by Sonato, the Cucamonga Kids, Mr. Okada, and the independent legal team. They get through a bucket of Vaseline. Hey, scapegoat, Nanny Goat, Billy Goat, Rick. Hey, Sweet Chin Music, you're a fucking kid. Hey, he caused the thing with CM Punk, which he did. Hey, this place is a joke. You're a clown, and I quit. Hey, he's got very feminine hips. Hey, he might look good in a bikini, bitch. Hey, Jesus, I'd want to snatch him around the neck. Hey, bland, boring, mumble mouth dreck. Hey. Jungle Boy sucks. Jungle Boy sucks.
This is amazing, man. Holy shit.
Jungle Boy sucks. Jungle Boy sucks. Jungle Boy sucks. Jungle Boy sucks. Look at all this shit that he directly caused. Punk doesn't have to put up with these children anymore. Hey, scared for his life. Hey, scared for his life. Punk can still be on our show. The incident at Wembley. Oh no. Hey, scared for his life. Hey, scared for his life. Yo, BW.
Say
Yo,
oh yes, OV. Yo, say OVW.
BW. Step this way. Step that way. Step this way. Step that way.
Jungle Boy is a bell end.
And then just the ending with the last dude. Jungle Boy is a bell end. Like, what a fucking ending to it, too. Yo, round of applause to whoever made that. Oh, my God. And for miscellaneous news, air horns for fucking... It's game over, dude. He just completely destroyed Jungle Jack. That was absolutely amazing. Okay, guys. So that was the end of miscellaneous news. We're going to get into TNA news. Dynamite thus far, I will say, has been not the worst show. But this trio shit is just a little silly at times. Like, there's just no rules in AEW, it seems like. And Rick Knox is just a goof. He just stands there. His job is just be made to look silly. Aubrey Edwards makes herself look silly. Rick Knox is like, how do I get made to look silly every fucking match? You know? So. Anyways, man, how good was that? I mean, they not like us. Jack Perry sucks. Jack Perry sucks. We're for sure getting demonetized for that shit. So Yeah, I'm gonna have to clip that out, but it was worth it. You know, what I mean? We got to do everything on the show at least once, right, Chad? Good shit, pal. Okay, so what's next? We're gonna do TNA. We only got one, just a brief, and it ties to WWE for all you Fed freaks, for all you Fed marks in the chat. How's Chad doing, by the way? I'll check in with you all.
Tus sueños son mentiras, que algún día dejarán de serlo. And I don't know.
Well, I wasn't trying to start that yet there, Axiom, but okay, you do you. Yeah, let me check in with chat really quick once more. Aubrey needs a salt lick. Jesus Christ. Corpse ref. Are all of the undisputed error wearing gold spray tan? Yeah. Yep. They went together, dude. They shared a fucking booth. That's why they each have a spot missing. Found my new ringtone. Scared for his life. Yeah, George, what's up? Jim's already tweeted this. I know, I saw. Oh, this is so awesome. Yeah. Cornette just bodied him, dude. Game over. Corny has a new clip about Dave. The last 3 minutes has a clip off the Observer Live where a caller calls Dave out. Okay, someone send that to me. Please tag me in it on X, and maybe that'll be part of Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. How about that? Because we have nothing. So there you go. Who was that in chat? Daniel Krager? Who just said that? You fucking just saved the segment. There you go. Because all we had was a Brian. Send in Brett. Telling this story in Black History Month is crazy. Sup, chat? What's up, buddy? That is crazy. R.I.P. Harley Quinn. Yeah, the show's definitely dedicated to her. I bought a stake in Soft Ground Sound Investments. Yeah, no doubt. If you did that, I'd get pissed, bro. I'd be like, buy a stake in fucking PWT. What are you? Are you giving your money over there, dude? No. Daniel is correct. That clip is hilarious, dude. Yeah. Tag me, Daniel. It was me, sir. Yeah. It was me, Mojo Jojo. You guys remember Powerpuff Girls? Where he's like, it was me. It was me. Anyways. They probably lost about 200K viewers since the show started. I mean, I like that Hangman just came out and beat the fuck out of Max Caster, right? That was cool. And then this trios match, you have all ex-WWE other than Yuta who can get the fuck out of here. And, yeah, just if he wasn't in this match, it'd be solid. And so but I mean, he's good against guys like Cole in that because they're all kind of the same size. Like Cole's smaller than Yuta, I think. But, yeah, so they're doing the damn thing, but it's just going to go too long and have no rules, and they're going to lose a bunch of viewers who just want to, I don't know. This is the first trios match, too. I've harped on it so much. Like, why are there constant tag matches and singles after Claudio and then won the trios? So I don't remember the last time. Someone will look it up. No, actually, they had 12 defenses on Ring of Honor. Okay, my bad. But anyways... Mojo Jojo. Okay, so yeah, just someone get me that clip. We'll check it out. So I guess I'll play the banjo for TNA news. No, I like the banjo. So Nathan Frazier just throws it out there and goes, one day Fraxiom will face the Hardy Boys and the world will rejoice. So, and they're just in front of TNA Impact shit, cutting promos. We're going to get the Hardys and Fraxiom title for title. And I think we'll see Fraxiom be the team that defends across both shows. Now, oh, dude, the Phantom bookmark, it wasn't happening, I don't think, for like 2 shows now. And all of a sudden it wants to come back and rear its ugly head. But either way, though, it's crazy to me that Frazier's a guy that Dave's like, oh, he's the best ever. He's just on another level. And then A-Kid, a.k.a. Axiom as well, even though he's a good-looking kid, right? They're like, okay, how do we make this guy different? Throw him in a mask. I don't know how the fuck they came up with that and why they thought of it, but it does work. Like, it makes him more interesting. And them as a team, I remember when they were first teamed up, I didn't really get it. I didn't really care for it. You know, it was that Kurt Angle Benoit sort of thing where they're competing against each other, but then they team up and you're like, okay, I'm down. But I didn't really get it with these two. But now I get it. It just has won me over time, and they've been just reigning NXT tag champs. I think if anyone's going to be a dual belt holder, it'll be the fucking And I know that the Hardys, like we have the belts, you know, the Rascals. I think if anyone's going to win both belts at once, it'll be Fraxiom because they're already doing double duty. They're already showing up at both stuff. You know, the live, whenever TNA goes live, Fraxiom will show up because that's easier for their schedule as opposed to like making tapings or whatever. So I could totally see them winning both. I would love to see a TNA NXT invasion, do a Worlds Collide pay-per-view, hand out some trophy, and then from there, make it an invasion. Okay? Where both shows just start invading each other for different gripes coming out of Worlds Collide. That's what the fuck they got to do. Okay? And at Worlds Collide, they got to have a battle royal, all that shit, and they got to build into next year WWE wise, talking as far as like the Raw after Mania, that's next year for WWE, right? Their year ends the night Mania ends. That is the next year for wrestling fans, right? We all operate on 2 years, right? We get 2 birthdays too, bro. It's fucking sick. No, but yeah, WWE fucking, when their year begins again on that Raw after Mania, that next year should be dedicated to NXT TNA invasion, building up to like Worlds Collide and then like TNA invasion, bro. It's still the best selling, most viewed. People said it too. I saw someone tweet it out, like the fact we didn't get a WCW, ECW versus WWF THQ invasion game is a travesty. We should have gotten that, you know? And yeah, it will work with NXT TNA. It will build so much interest, and I think they're building towards that. But but then it sucks because then you have to fuse the belts together, and then NXT and TNA become one, or you just don't do that. You just end it with, I don't know how you end it, but you end it where they separate, and then you don't really see crossovers for a while, you know? Or else they just absorb it or something. Who fucking knows? We're fantasy, Mark. Maybe, yeah. The reason they're not doing that is because, but who knows? Does the Hardys go on NXT on a PLE, or do they do that on a TNA pay-per-view? I think they do it on a TNA pay-per-view. I don't think the Hardys are going to be in NXT. I don't think that's something we see. Maybe on the build-up, we see them come out and like cut a promo, but as far as a match, I don't know, man. I just think WWE's a little, they're probably past that. Maybe do a Legends deal, get them in the games and shit, use their IP and stuff. You know, do like 2K26. Oh, we have the Dudleys and the Hardys and it, you know, talking about their matches or something, maybe something like that down the line. But I don't see the Hardys like having a run in WWE, not even in NXT, even though we all kind of want that to happen and the Hardys want that to happen. But anyways, let's listen to Fraxiom. I'll just leave it small on the side here so we don't get Don Stevens by TNA and Anthem and all of that. But yeah, they call out the Hardys.
Tus sueños son mentiras que algún día dejarán de serlo. And I don't know about you, my friend, but I have accomplished one of my childhood dreams here. I have wrestled for TNA.
Hey, me too, amigo. Hey, look, we face some tough competition out here, though.
Yeah.
The Nemeth brothers, the Rascals. It does beg the question, though. Is this the best that this place has to offer, or what?
Hello, Fraxiom. You guys are killing it, man. We're big fans.
We enjoy your work, and congratulations. You guys have had an amazing run. Hopefully one day our paths will cross and you will see who the best is.
Yeah, and when we're out there in any pro wrestling dimension, the energy shifts. Hopefully you two will experience that someday.
Hope to see you guys soon.
One day.
One day, yeah, dude. Let's see it in a fucking ladder match. You know what I'm saying? That's the way to do it. Because I know other teams might want to get those straps or whatever, but yeah, the Hardys and Fraxiom, title for titles, all hanging above that, or even just the TNA belts. That's the problem, man. Like, people want to see Joe Hendry, John Cena, but that means John Cena's gotta win. Or Joe Hendry win. No, you can't have Hendry beat Cena, bro. You know? Or if he does, it can't be. Again, these crossovers are so intriguing. They've created it again, folks. We're winning. Wrestling is winning. They've created that intrigue. I'm sitting here going, who would win, Hendry, the world champ, or the WWE legend, Cena? You know what I'm saying? So let's check it out. And I got, ladies and gentlemen, that was TNA News. Round of applause. And round of applause for Krager, who got me that Jim Cornette, Dave Meltzer thing for later. And round of applause for you guys for getting over 100 likes on the Clips channel. We can try and run those up more too. If over on the Times channel you want to get 100, we have well over 300 people watching across both channels, fluctuating greatly throughout the night, which is good. Here, I don't know which tab I'm sharing here, like a moron. Is that the one? Okay, good. Okay, so up next we'll dive into some AEW news. Let's watch this beatdown angle, see if they do anything compelling here for a second. Someone's music is hitting. It's Daniel Garcia. The crowd goes mildly mild. And then he runs off the Bumbleclaw Club along with Daddy Magic and Ange Parker. Jericho's crew from back in the day. And they run off these big bad guys who are bleaching people to death and stuff. Terrible. Terrible. Steve Sanchez became a new member. Thank you very much, man.
Come on now, Eric.
Appreciate that a lot. 99 cents, guys. Patreon. Consider checking it out, even signing up for free. That sort of thing. Sunday, LFG debuts. I'm going to fucking watch it and review it somehow as well. So be ready for that. And, yeah, let's get into AEW news, though, as this card continues along. Everyone, it's okay. Hold on. Marina Shafir's doing something. It's always cringe when. So Edge just jumps Mox with a fucking chair. And then he just threw a woman into a room and locked her in it. You can get canceled for that these days, Edge. You better. No, I'm just joking. So Jay White locks Marina in the room like she's fucking Kane or the Big Show. You know, she's the big difference maker because we can't just punch her. Like if a woman tried to commit murder on me and my friends, I couldn't just punch her in the fucking face and the cops and everyone wouldn't understand. You know what I mean? It's like, no, dude. I don't condone hitting women at all, but when she's there literally trying to commit murders. So what was that? Just like a Home Alone prank? Right? We're talking in kayfabe, folks. Everyone calm down. China fought dudes. China beat dudes. Okay. Talking pro wrestling here. So they just they hit Moxley with a chair, locked Marina in a room. For 1 second, they run away like it's Home Alone. And then Moxley just lets her out of the room and then walks off with her frustrated. So why'd they lock her in the room? What the fuck was the point of any of that? That didn't even make any sense.
You what? Stupid idiot.
Who's writing this shit? No, Brady Mac, that is you are wrong. Grease 2. You, myself, and Hurricane Helms, actually. Or is it Hurricane Helms? Yeah, X-Pac loves Grease 2 as well. Actually, I believe Hurricane Helms got in on that convo too. But yes, myself, I love Grease 2. When I was young, I hated it because everyone was different. When you get older, you realize, what a good movie. What a good sequel. You know? One of the best things I ever did, me and my wife ever did, one of the funnest times I ever had in my life was going to a fucking drive-in and watching Grease. And that was recently. That was like a couple years ago, I think, or a year ago. That shit's amazing. Stranded at the drive-in. TK signs Def Rebel. That would be hilarious. So we have MJF versus Dustin commercial-free. So does that mean picture-in-picture or legit commercial-free? I'm not sure. So Phil seems like he still listens to ICP. I really don't. I play part of the intro, that backyard wrestling game intro pops up where it's like these backyard wrestlers. So like I stay up on what they're doing because they're involved in wrestling now and stuff. But when I was a kid, even I really wasn't a big ICP guy. But yeah, I've always been down with the Juggalos and Juggalettes. I just like wasn't overly into them, but some of their songs, homies. But yeah, no, I definitely don't. I listen to like 80s music and shit mostly, honest to God. Me and my girl like Prince and shit, you know what I mean? We listen to like I listen to old shit, you know, mostly. And then I'm tapped into like hip hop and stuff. It's just, I always have been, you know, I grew up loving it. And, you know, I don't know all the rappers these days. All those guys in the front row of Raw, they're all the same people. I don't know them. I don't know all of them. You know, I'm fucking 33. I'm getting old now, but no, not that old. But yeah, I do. I just enjoy like, I don't know. I enjoy these guys like Travis Scott and shit like that. I enjoy his music. Kendrick Lamar and stuff. You know, I'm a fan of that. I'm a fan of like old hip hop. I don't get triggered by auto-tune rappers and shit. I never did. I always looked at it as just like, oh, that's where music's going. I remember Jim Morrison said a long time ago, one day music will be like the machines making noise. And, you know, and it kind of came true, bro. So I just never really got triggered by that stuff. And I kind of fucking, I like T-Pain. I liked him back in the day. He came back, made an album. They used that song, like his War Pigs remake WWE did. I was popping for that. I was probably the only person putting it over because some people cringe at that, but I'm like, nah, he can really sing, and it's cool they used a song like that where he's really singing. Joe's here now with Shibata and Hook, and he gets big pops, but it's just like, fuck, man, he's stuck fighting goobers. Why isn't this the world champion, dude? He should be the god of everything. Samoa Joe, Cuervo. There, yeah, dude, Migos is like my all-time. So, like, Takeoff, R.I.P. When that dude passed, to me, that's like the biggest travesty. That group breaking up and then him getting murdered is legitimately the fucking biggest, one of the biggest travesties ever, I think, in hip-hop, in my opinion. Up there with some of the biggest deaths ever, I think, in my opinion. I don't know if other people were hit that way by it, but Migos is like the greatest group in hip hop. Sorry, we got to watch Joe. Joe, we're giving him his due. He's going to squash some jobbers. Then we'll get back into fucking the news here for AEW. Cuervo, yeah, he's good too. You know, I'm not as much into their solo shit as I liked all their trio stuff, you know, but you know, Ric Flair drip go woo on a bitch, you know, I'm you know, and I like old school hip hop too, but I'm more into honest to God. When me and my girl are cruising, we like fucking 80s music. We like throwback fucking, you know, Prince, Michael Jackson, whatever. Rick James is good. We like a lot of throwback stuff, you know. And then like rock, like I'm a big Kiss mark as well. You know, like I love Kiss. I know people call them sellouts and oh, they change their style up all the time. I'm like, well, that's kind of cool. Like they managed to, I don't know, change with the times and shit. That's sort of what music, like a lot of artists don't do that and then they fall off, you know. So shit like that. I'm just into all types of music too. I don't hate on country. I don't hate on fucking, but yeah, ICP, I'm just not the biggest, like rapping about just like murder the whole time and shit and just doing crazy sicko shit. That's not exactly my cup of tea. It's like deathmatch wrestling. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll dabble in it, but it's not Milli Vanilli. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah, dude, muscle bust his ass. No Diddy. Yes. Let's go. Fuck yeah. I don't know if that trios match didn't go 7 hours and then you didn't have another. Actually, I'm not mad at them having 2 trios matches back to back. Like, you got to establish your divisions. But let's just say fucking that last match didn't go 7 hours and didn't get so ridiculous with the rules there. This would have been hit home even harder. You know what I mean? But yeah, this show's been good so far. Again, I don't know who's telling them to tighten it up on the TV booking. Like the Caster Hangman match, a good solid TV match. This Joe squash shit, a great TV length match. That long match, not that there can't be long matches, but it was just too much of like people, like no rules, and then they start tagging again, and it's like, well, who's got the heat right now? What the fuck's going on? So I don't know, man. I'm giving them credit. That Edge shit was dumb. I appreciate they're trying to progress stories, but they're playing pranks on each other. Like, what is this shit? R-Truth in the 24/7 title. They locked Marina in a room, and then they run away at like Shaggy and Scooby, and then fucking she comes out the room 1 second later, and they just go follow them. Wow, what was the point of log? Like, what are you guys doing? What are you going to throw a water balloon at her next? You give her a fucking wet willy? What do you? Two squashes in one night is too many. But here's the thing. Hangman Caster wasn't a squash, Lincoln, was it? Would you say? I think it was just like a solid TV match where one guy clearly eclipsed the other. You know, I think this was a squash, but maybe I'm wrong on maybe we could debate that, the definition of that. But so he's calling out Christian, who again hasn't cashed in his title shot. When the fuck is that going to happen? With fucking promos like this, why is Samoa Joe not the world champion? Think about they had to just rushingly do Joe versus Punk on Collision and shit like that, and they didn't fucking... They fumbled having Joe versus Punk for their world title in 2025. That could have been the program. 2024 going into 2025 and all these stadium shows. They could have been doing strap match, then Hell in a Cell, then fucking, you know what I mean? They could have did all that shit. Joe and Punk. Holy shit, man. How funny is that? So the feud is they want a trios match against the patriarchy. Okay, then that better go into Christian versus Joe. Christian puts his title match on the line. Joe wins his title match. And then Joe just cashes the title match in later that night, like Goldberg, after the next guy fails to get the belt off Mox. And then he just shows up and beats Mox. So he has a match earlier in the night where he beats Christian for his cash-in slot. And then later in the night, Mox fights someone and they fail to defeat Mox again. And we're all like, what the fuck? And then Joe cashes in right there like Goldberg did on fucking, who was it, Sting? Yeah, and then he wins the U.S. title. Then later in the night, he just wins the world title, you know? And then Joe just cashes in and beats Mox right there. Wins the fucking world title. That's how this should be booked. That's how you fucking get everyone like, oh, shit. So now Jericho listens to PW. Sorry, guys, we're getting into fucking the news, but...
The best guy's Tony Khan.
So Jericho listens to fucking PWT.
You just made the list!
He pulled the Bandito wanted poster, and he's like, I'm the bounty hunter now, and now I'm collecting the bounty on Bandito. And that's what I was saying it should have been. Should have been, no, he's the bandit, and he's wanted, and, you know, that sort of thing, and then... da-da-da-da. So they're basically, and I was like, the bounty hunter Keith Lee could have been da-da-da-da, and now they're sort of doing that. So kind of funny. Anyways, let's get into news, everybody. Let's get into AEW news. Everybody together at the same time now. Ready? Ichi D. Oh no, one more time, but everybody together this time. Ready? Ichi D. All right, guys.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Let's get into AEW news, guys. Okay. All right. So what do we have? I don't think we got too terribly much, so this will be nice and quick. Inspired by Pro Wrestle Times. So this is shit-faced Will Ospreay. Thank you so much for... Damn, I bookmarked this, and I don't even know if I didn't even realize I was tagged in this, so thank you. Inspired by Pro Wrestle Times, talking about the recent Jericho cruise to post this. Ever wondered what I Want It That Way by the Backstreet Boys would sound like if sung by Jay Lethal, The Righteous, and The Outrunners? Okay, well, let's take a listen.
Why I never wanna hear you say I want it that
don't know. Not that bad. Not the worst singing we heard on that fucking cruise. Thanks for submitting that. So this guy, boom, we got Tony Khan with Big Boom AJ at the Super Bowl, man. And good for them, you know. I've seen, so you guys see the picture down here. Never forget, you have to pull down the video. I've seen a bunch of dirt sheets too. All these Shillingstons, man. Type it in. Big Boom AJ WWE belt picture, whatever. You type it in Google, right? And a million dirt sheets pop up. The truth about that situation and why it was pulled down. Like a million of them. Because why? Because some AEW mark gave them access and went, well, actually, the truth is this. Probably Tony. Actually, that didn't happen. Called them all personally. And then they all run with the shit without actually, you know, the truth is they made him pull that shit down. There's no other fucking reason for it, you know? So, and I wonder if Tony Khan was mad at like the winning teams getting WWE championships in the presence of WWE. We know he's a fan, you know? Here we go. We listened to that before, which was amazing. So Logan Paul was triggering AEW people, man. He does Hangman Adam Page's moves. He does them 10 times better. And Kenny Omega, you'll see a couple times throughout this segment, has a couple different things to say recently and in the past in regards to Logan Paul. And so Kenny Omega says, could Logan Paul walk into New Japan Pro Wrestling and have an actual banger every night? No, he absolutely could not. But he absolutely could if he put his fucking mind to it. Okay? If you mean to tell me that, and I'm not taking shots at anyone, but if the Blue Meanie and the Ultimate Warrior and guys like that could go wrestle night in, night out to some degree, right? You mean to tell me if Logan Paul put his mind to it, he couldn't do it right now? What are you guys talking about? The fuck? He has lots of time to rehearse and pre-plan his matches and all this shit. Shut up. That's the dumbest fucking thing ever. It's just cope, right? So does Stephen Amell. Does he look as good as Logan Paul when he does his match? Nope. He does not. Not even in the show, not even at SummerSlam, not even at nothing. Logan Paul, within 3 matches, just light years ahead of everyone else at his level, at his stage, as far as like training and being in the business. So Kenny Omega coping. We will see a compilation in a little bit here and get more quotes from Kenny Omega in regards to Logan Paul here. So moving along, Lance Archer issues plea after becoming victim of car theft in broad daylight. So I don't mean to laugh at him, but he had his big fucking SUV. It's got black rims and all that. I don't know if that's an actual picture. I think that's like someone Google searched a fucking version of what he posted about. But yeah, someone he like ran into a grocery store and some piece of shit stole his truck, man, like in broad daylight. So it's unfortunate if he left it running, if he left the doors unlocked, if he left the keys in it, that's fucking terrible. But if someone just jumped in that thing and went, that's terrible as well. And yeah, hopefully he gets his truck back, man. That's so shitty. So I just saw this promo. I'm not going to play it with the audio. You guys can just watch it or listen to me rant about it. But the new era of AEW has arrived. So on Max, it's the new era. But they introduced the new era by showing all of the old AEW stuff that happened when AEW was good. Right? Even like Britt Baker, I think, was in there. AEW year 1 shows and whatever on Max. So Max finally does this promo for them of like a new era has arrived. And then they go, look at our new era, but aren't you hype about year 1 that's available on Max? Like WWE isn't even really going out there and saying, oh, like they're just it's announced, oh, WrestleManias are on fucking Netflix, right? They're not going out of their way to be like year 1 of Raw, watch the first ever where it all began and shit. Now, I'm not hating. This is a good, smart thing for them to do, but it just goes to show you that even they're acknowledging that year 1, it was hot, and now it's fucking the new era that isn't that good. And only 5 years ago, look at all this cool shit from 5 years ago. And with all these guys who don't fucking wrestle here anymore, or who we say suck, like they just put Britt Baker in that promo. Everyone's saying she's not even welcome in the fucking company, right? And so they say the new era of AEW. I just thought that was cute. And yeah, you can watch Collision and Dynamite, no Rampage. So I don't even think the Rampage library's on Max. Someone correct me if that's
Sometimes
wrong,
in life, you got to be a hoe.
You know what I'm saying, man? I just thought that was adorable. So AEW Collision ratings are up, second highest viewership since September. Now, of course, the Observer are going to freak out. And of course, people are tuning in for Harley Cameron. And of course, they do have less competition. Like the week before or whatever with the Rumble, they had 150,000 people watching them. Obviously, everyone's watching the Rumble. And then obviously more people are going to tune in, but they're acting like, oh, this huge increase. But if this was WWE, like, okay, Netflix had an increase. No one's going huge increase on Netflix. Like a couple people are saying, yo, they had a good bump. But, you know, it's people still saying, oh, they declined this much since their debut on Raw. Here's the thing, dude. Collision they lost half their viewership that goes and watches Rumble, and then they just got it back. They still had like 350,000 people watching the show. You know what I mean? Speaking of the show, fucking Edge and Jay White here together. Edge has a briefcase, which, god damn it, we're going to go back to that now? Money in the Bank or what? To try and get him over in fucking AEW? And these two suck as a couple. Edge and Jay White together. Fuck is going on, man? Anyways, Elijah, FKA Elias, has not actually signed with AEW ROH. However, of late, there's been word that TNA has expressed interest in using him. Now, some people, this is via Fightful, some people are saying that this is a lie from Fightful, that he is signed, and this is a blatant lie. I think a graphic was posted, no? So I don't know why Fightful's saying this. Maybe they're trying to work an angle here. So I have no clue. And if they're just being worked also by AEW and shit, that's fucking hilarious. Or they're like in on it somehow, which is gross and cringe. So Awful Wrestling Post, having Starks plastered on the AEW production truck while taping Dynamite as he debuts on NXT is hilarious. Yeah, dude. And when they put Roosh on that truck, and then like a week later, they're like, oh, Roosh is fucking... He's persona non grata again. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's a huge L. Same with Cody and Punk and shit. Like when they leave, they're on the trucks. AEW had reportedly considered releasing Rey Fenix alongside the recent talent departures. And I quote tweeted this, and it went kind of, I don't want to say it went viral, but it got a shitload of attention, and it was like, and I was just like, well, why the fuck didn't they? Because that's the petty shit, man. Those releases were fucking like reactionary to WWE's. The Rey Fenix thing hurts them because the way he looks at it, well, Penta's on their show. Like to him, he's not thinking, oh, well, fucking Miro, is he gonna get over? Like Tony's so dumb. I broke it down. He thinks that them releasing people means they won't hire more people. That's what he thinks. Oh, well, they released 10. They're not hiring. They're too bloated. They think we're not going to capitalize. Looks like they're not hiring right now. Budget cuts. Boom. No, they fucking, of course they're going to grab Starks. Of course they're going to grab Miro. Of course they're going to grab Malachi Black. And even if they don't get Miro could just go to TNA or some shit for a bit, then go back to WWE or just go to TNA. He could go to Bloodsport. He could just do some shit in Japan. There's a million things Miro could do. He'll make money anywhere he goes. Right? So yeah, I just don't know. That was reactionary. Rey is still pettiness. So that's why he still won't release Rey. Now maybe this will be heard and I'll get shut up. And Rey will get released. Hey, hopefully my shit talk. And if I have nothing to do with that decision, fine too. But I'll talk all the shit until it happens. Fuck yeah, let's go. I'm down. Let everyone go to the Fed. Not even everyone. If all of a sudden they're like, yeah, what's that guy's name? QT Marshall's going to W. No one was like, yeah, bring him in. I wasn't clamoring for QT Marshall to come in WWE. So it's not like bring everyone in. You know, we're not doing that either. But definitely like Ray Phoenix, yeah, bring him in. So let's see. Someone else tagged me in something else here. A new president in TNA or what? Is that a thing? I'll look more into that later. That'll be for the next show. Here, sorry guys, I'm scrolling off screen just for a second. We're almost done this news segment, but here we go. I'm just posting the link to the live show under a couple of these fucking tweets that got a shitload of attention. You know what I mean? So yeah, Dustin's hyping up the crowd. Austin, Texas, are you ready? So he's the last of his kind, bitch. So why did Dustin Rhodes steal Okada's shit? I'm surprised they never got MJF a new theme, considering his is like a fucking generic YouTube theme. You guys know what I'm saying? Like that's like free. Anyone could use, unless Tony like bought it or something, but anybody could use that music for anything. Yeah, okay, I posted it. Fuck it. I don't know. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, Ray Phoenix, man, hopefully he gets freed up as well. And yeah, it's the pettiness. I've broken that down, I think, better than anyone. Ricky Stark's in WWE right now. Now, this is hilarious if you guys understand this. So basically, Gambit, one of the X-Men, he's a mutant, and he obviously, but he is like a Cajun dude. And he has like a strong accent. And for the longest time, everyone's like, Channing Tatum's going to play Gambit. And it never happened. And even myself, as a longtime fan, as a fan of Channing Tatum and Gambit being like my favorite fucking X-Man, right? And they botched him in a movie before. Even me, for years, I was like, fuck that. That would be terrible. I just don't see it. For whatever reason, I didn't see it. And then, boom, you get this Deadpool movie. He's in it. It was iconic. He's so good. Not only that, he has the voice down to a fucking T. And then I'm a dummy. I'm sitting here questioning myself. Like, yeah, I don't, clearly I don't have the vision in that regard. Cause like, dummy, yeah. And, yeah, Ricky Starks, of course, from New Orleans. And so DraftKings, the official sponsor of AEW, legit tweets this out to WWE. Ricky Starks in WWE right now.
I'm about to make a name for myself here.
And you all remember that part if you've seen Deadpool. This AEW crowd genuinely hot for Dustin Rhodes. Really good to see. So Thunder Rosa reacts to Ricky Starks debuting. AEW superstar Thunder Rosa on Busted Open. Shout out Busted Open. She reacts to her friend Ricky Starks debuting in NXT.
I don't believe the dirt sheets. So when I saw the news, I was like, I don't believe it until I see it official. And I was in the airport waiting for my Hulu to upload because I was in Tijuana and it was 2 hours behind. And I was on the phone with someone and they were like, oh my God, Ricky is on TV on NXT. And I said, wait, what? I was completely surprised. It took me completely by surprise. He's one of the most hungriest.
Now listen to what she says about him. He's one of the hungriest. This is the guy they kept off TV as opposed to like phone it in Moxley.
Individuals I ever met. I mean, intellectually, physically, and his career. He's extremely passionate about everything he does. His promos, like the way that he carries himself. And he takes that very, very to heart. And I think now that he, from NWA, then everything that happened during the pandemic, that we were not making absolutely zero money. He had a great opportunity coming to AEW, doing something that he did in NWA, which was to put himself over in a way where, with his charisma, his abilities in the microphone, and his abilities in the ring, put him there. And he worked extremely hard to get to the top at AEW.
This guy in chat says, as an older dude, if you quote any kind of Marvel or DC bullshit, you're a jobber and a tool. That's just me. What do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean by that. But yeah, so fuck, man, that was it. Round of applause for AEW news tonight, guys. A round of applause and a Ichi needs, or be a hoe. We'll be hoes tonight.
Sometimes
We'll
in
be
life, you
hoes.
gotta be a hoe.
There you go. We'll get into WWE news here. We're just watching MJF for a sec. I'm going to check in with chat some more. Appreciate you all. What a lovely show. Are you having fun tonight? Well over 300 people all over the place. Thank you all so much. The show's getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. PWT live show 100 this Saturday. Don't miss it, okay? We're watching Vengeance Day, and then we're watching fucking the Grand Slam scam. You guys don't want to miss. It's going to be a hell of a show. The 100th live show, I might just throw the link. I should tell people. I haven't told anybody. I'm going to throw the link out to like 1 billion people and just see what happens, I guess, for the 100th live show. And that's going to be a hell of a fun time. So make sure you're there. And yeah, we did the NXT review. We, of course, are watching Dynamite. So now this crowd is hot for everyone again. Like I don't know if it's because smaller buildings or if they're really just getting their fans. Like these are just excited wrestling fans who don't want to. They just appreciate AEW for what it is. Like if AEW comes to town, I'm fucking going. You know, it's matches, dude. So it is what it is. Any excuse to drink beers. Look at everyone flipping them off too. So they're invested, which is all you can ask for. But yeah, MJF, I think I saw in chat, he's not the main event. Kind of crazy, huh? Can't miss that one. Yeah, dude, the 100th live show. It's piped in sound. No, it's not. Oh, yeah, taped show. That's true. No, I don't think so, though. Their last few shows have been pretty hot. So, yeah, the Grand Slam scam, dude. Mercedes Monet, less than 20 matches, has 4 titles, I know. Fun, spectacular, Phil. Best show on YouTube. Thank you. Yeah, I hope I'm doing good here today. MJF giving us a kiss and then doing the fucking satanic devil horns because he's all Illuminati now because he's on Netflix. No. But yeah, LFG, guys, I don't know what to do for that show. I might do something different for that, so you all have to make sure you watch the video if I drop in. It's a little different, okay? Nigel's so good on commentary. They need to get rid of Excalibur, though. Okay, let's get into some WWE news. Yeah, last time I saw Tony Khan in fucking person, where he came out and did a crazy promo, and I was like, I was just right there, just looking at him. It was so funny. And I wasn't doing, or yeah, I was doing it, but I didn't yell the Mickey Mouse voice at him. I don't think he'd get it. But I think, I didn't have it refined. Like, it was very early in the pod, I think, the last time. Yeah, oh, and speaking of Deadpool, yeah, Dustin's wearing his Deadpool stuff. Yeah, Dustin can go, man. Okay, Cora Jade news. Yeah. Yeah, dude, they're doing the damn thing. The match is going, rather. I mean, it's cooking. This ain't the worst match ever here. We're locked in. You guys know when Phil's locked in. You guys know I love the hot news, but sometimes it's like, damn, we just got to view what's going on here. The final reckoning. Cradle roll. Okay, the course they're going to do Cody Rhodes's move. Of course. Right? Of course. Okay. Crossroads. Kick out. Gonna kick out of Cody's stuff. The over move on their shit. What happened to Taven and Bennett? Yeah, they're just benched, dude. They're just gonzo. Gone like the wind. You know, they had no need for them. They'll just be in Ring of Honor whenever they need people to fucking lose matches but look good. Now he's having a fit. Yeah, Bennett could totally get released and shit, you know? Roll up, no. Yeah, Dustin is older, man. He's got, you know, he's starting to show it now. Like for a while there, he wasn't, but now it's sort of like you can just see there's just a spring in that step missing, and he's just eating pile drivers and shit. Pile driver. I know we're drinking a soda water tonight. Yeah, everybody, don't go anywhere. I promise we're just watching this. The crowd's really into it, and this match is pretty. I don't know. They're kicking out of pile drivers and shit. Now it's getting silly. Oh, that's what AEW does. They can't help themselves. So now they're going outside the ring, and we'll see what happens here. And then we're gonna get into this WWE news. I love Phil's dead air. Yeah, so sorry. I'm like drinking soda water and shit. There we go. Is he going to try and break his arm or what? What's going on? Okay, Remsburg. Yeah, disqualify him. Pull the chair off his arm. Be a ref. Why isn't there a ref bump if he's not? Yeah. And then the way he reaches up and is like, no way I'm doing this. It's just overacting. And then he's like limp walking. I might be like a minute behind you guys. Yeah, but they're setting up the fucking Shattered Dreams with the ref taking 4 million years to just throw a chair out of the ring. Jesus. AEW needs Rick Ross again. Accusations. Kicks out of the ball kick. The match is going. Okay, guys, let's get into some So earlier we talked about how Kenny Omega said, oh, could Logan Paul ever wrestle matches in New Japan night in and night out? No, he couldn't. And I said, look, dude, if the Blue Meanie could do it, if fucking the Ultimate Warrior could do it, if guys like who have no God-given athletic and charismatic ability could do it, who've done it, right? Like, I don't mean to shit on some wrestlers that some people might go, no, they were over, but there's a lot of guys who physically aren't as gifted as him and charismatically aren't as gifted as him either, right? Who did it night in and night out. So for you to say that if he wanted to, he fucking could. You mean to tell me he couldn't? And so Kenny Omega speaking facts about Logan Paul here. after, well, this was, I believe, a while ago, or maybe this is recently again. I don't remember, or I'm not actually sure when this was posted. Maybe there's a date on the actual stream, but remember when Kenny was talking all that shit on his streams? I believe this is from then. However, it could be from something recently, and I just don't know. But Kenny Omega talking about Logan Paul after it gets drummed up again, the fact that Logan Paul, who again trains closely with Shawn Michaels, steals a lot of Hangman shit, and that's more evidence to lend to the fact that I think Shawn Michaels fucking hates AEW more than even like Triple H. I think he's more interested in trolling and shit than Triple H is, as MJF finishes Dustin Rhodes with a crippler crossface. Okay. Good heel move. But anyways, Kenny Omega had to say this about Logan Paul, and then we actually have a side-by-side of Logan using all of Hangman's recent moves. Now, Logan also uses Hogan's moves. He also did Ultimate Warrior. He gorilla pressed Rey Mysterio, and then he fucking did the pump up and then the off the rope body splash. You know, so that he's doing warrior shit. He's doing everybody's shit, right? And Hangman didn't invent that move. Michael Cole actually shouted out the indie guy. I can't remember his name, but he shouted out the guy who did invent the fall away moonsault slam that everyone was mostly triggered by. But someone actually compiled Logan doing like a bunch of Hangman shit in this match. And he does it in multiple matches, but it's so evident now. And I think Shawn Michaels and them are trolling. I truly do. But here's what Kenny Omega had to say.
Right there, Logan Paul's a fantastic wrestler. Great. I'm glad you think so, and I'm glad he's able to convince you such a thing. However, would Logan Paul walk into New Japan and do a G1 where you have to walk in every
Yes, he could.
night and have an actual banger? No, he absolutely could not. Is he going to get there between now and
Who's his opponent, Kenny? And I know people would be like, well, Kenny would know better. No, I don't think so. He doesn't understand how these WWE guys are being trained. There's a reason Obafemi's as good as he is, and you have Trick is as good as he is. We take it for granted. And all the women are as good as they are. Holy fuck, man. The women are all so good. There's a reason for all of that. Okay? And there's a reason Logan got as good as he did. They understand how to like super soldier serum these fucking athletes now and get them ready. It's just clicking. People get it, you know? And people understand the allure of wrestling and what it's all about. And Kenny, I just think that if you were his opponent, it'd be a fucking Meltzer 5-7 star classic. If Kenny Omega and Logan Paul threw down in the G1, Kenny, I believe you would get a Meltzer 5-star match out of him. I believe that. Like, you ain't even giving yourself the benefit, bro. I think, yes, Logan could go do one of those matches if you tasked him with it. And I get it. Those matches at, like, Wrestle Kingdom and shit, they don't plan them out. Like, yeah, they call them and shit, but they're not planned out the way like a Logan Paul one-off at Mania might be. And a lot of those Japanese talent, you know, they touch each other on the road. Just like WWE guys on the road doing house shows and that, they all get to touch before they go on TV. Right? But Logan, he would excel at any sports and entertainment endeavor I think he put himself into. Obviously, I don't mean like he could be in the NBA, but like sports and entertainment. Whether it's those fixed boxing matches or his reality show where he's training for a fight that may or may not be fake, or he's pro wrestling, or he's selling a sports hydration drink. Like, he just excels at this shit. Yeah, he could go night in and night out. I don't know. I don't know if he could go do what you and Okada were doing night in and night out. Maybe not right now. But yeah, he's a tremendous wrestler. And I just think to say, like, could he go in the G1 and yes, abso-fucking-lutely he could, you know?
And I mean, it depends on his commitment.
If Omos can go over to Japan and like look good and, you know, have the fucking crowds freaking out over there and get all the media he did. I don't think Logan Paul is, and that's the other thing, I don't think Logan Paul's allowed in Japan anymore, bruv. But that being said, I definitely think he would excel in Lucha Libre or any system you put him in.
Level. And not only that, but does it matter? No, he's clearly setting his roots down in WWE, and that's where he wants to succeed, and that's where he wants to be a star, and that totally makes sense. So for the WWE style and for what they're willing to do for him, give him time, allow him to grow, develop, and get more used to get more familiar with his surroundings. Take the time to have him.
MJF just threw a beer at a fan, and all I would say is this: if anyone from AEW came up like, "Oh, do you want to come backstage?" I would literally go, "Can I just have like a free beer tab for the night?" He just threw my beer. Can I just have free beer tonight? You know, move me up closer if I wasn't up front. You know, that's all I would ask for. I wouldn't even ask to go back. See the boys.
Have everything up in here. Make sure that when it comes time to perform, what it is that they've rehearsed, what they've scripted, that he'll be able to pull it off as though he just showed up to the arena, like, you know, how the old timers did back in the day. The Terry Taylors and the Terry Funks. I don't know why I picked
the Terry Taylors and the Terry Funks. And he goes, I don't know why I picked it. So
two people that were named Terry, but you know what I mean. It could have been anybody.
Terry Crews.
They're Terry Crews. There you go.
Terry Crews. Oh shit. Terry Fox Bud. Right? So yeah, he's fucking coping. People then post a clip of like Kenny Omega's just jealous of Logan Paul. Here's like Omega, and it was the finish. They go into the finish spot where, or I think he reverses the fucking one-winged angel into the abdominal stretch after that, and the crowd just erupts. That's the thing with Gabe Kidd, bro. He puts people in the Anoa'i special, and they just erupt for it. It's just such a throwback. And I know that you guys are kind of like, oh, come on now, Phil. But that to me was like how you do the striking exchange. You don't just chop. Come on. Each guy goes, come on, do it. You know, they were like throwing combos at each other and shit there. So either way, moving along here, we have one more Kenny Omega thing. Well, it's not Kenny Omega. So in relation to the Hangman Logan Paul stuff we were talking about and Kenny's response there to it, or this was his thoughts on Logan Paul before. Here's just a 9-second clip of Logan doing his shit.
After that collision, look at.
You know, so you watch, there's the moonsault slam. Here's the buckshot. The springboard clothesline. So yeah, he likes to do his shit. I don't know, like Drain Bamagers, like Logan Paul's favorite wrestler, 100%, Adam Page. Can't blame him, learning from the best. I think it's Shawn Michaels saying, yo, that's their top guy over there. That's the guy over there. Logan, go do his shit even better and get his shit over. And then everyone attributes those moves with you and not him. And because Shawn's being petty as fuck, and he's got close ties with Logan as far as training him and whatnot. So anyone in the PC, really, he's got his fingerprints all over. So yeah, moving along here, let's go to the bottom. I'm going to check in with chat. All Jake says it's because HBK was injured when WWE beat WCW. NXT beating AEW is Sean's Monday Night War. Also, shut up, Kenny. Dude, thank you so much. And yeah, HBK was injured. However, I think they paid him as well. Like, don't go to WCW, because there's rumors that Sean played up his injury and it was more just him being like, fuck you guys, I can't have my way, I'm out. You know? So he was a loyalist, you know, he would shout out the click because that's what the click boys do, man. It's just like the PWT universe. We throw up the flutes everywhere, bro. Don't matter what Fed we're standing at the time, you know. Don't matter what show we're watching or where we at, you know. We fucking throw them flutes up, bro, or feet if you're moose knuckle. But yeah, NXT beating AEW is Sean's Monday Night War, you know, exactly. Like it. This is him reliving that a little bit, but also him being like, no, you're not going to do that, because I think he did take the WWE shit personally too with WCW. Or I don't think the click really took any of it personally, because they were all always on top, and he got paid money to just sit at home so he wouldn't go anywhere. And yeah, I think to him, he's going to defend WWE no matter what. And NXT versus AEW, all the bald asshole comments how they did dirty, like Triple H's brand did get done dirty. And you know Triple H consulted with Sean and shit then too, all the time. So, and HBK was a Vince guy always. He was able to talk to him and get through to him. So he was there a little bit during that era of NXT 2.0, which caught fire though, and then turned into the era it is now. It became with the gold and white and then now the platinum era. So yeah, I think he takes it personally, and I think he is just in the ring like, here, do this guy's shit. Even if he's telling that to Logan Paul or not. I think he's showing him like, well, no one's doing this, or, well, this guy over here does this, and you're more over than him, or whatever. It's got to be some shit like that. Because he's one of the AEW purists, you know, and even here he's getting a big reaction beating up all these security guards. So, yeah, I definitely think there's something to that. And I think Sean's a lot more petty than people realize with the NXT stuff. DK Murphy 220 says, I hope WWE gets Logan Paul back into Japan just to be petty now. Yeah, fuck even pettiness. It'd just be cool to see him in like a Noah thing, like in the N1 winning it, or I don't know, though. The press would automatically go to the Japanese forest thing, dude. You know what I mean? Not to laugh at that shit, because that was
Dummy. Yeah.
But it's inevitable that that's where it goes. And it's unfortunate. Like, he made a mistake when he was a kid. Again, like, Logan Paul's kind of a fucking douche out, so you can look at his crypto scams, and there's the whole thing with Lunchleys, that thing he has, they're all like moldy and shit. A bunch of the first stuff that went out was like, yeah, this is moldy, bro. You know, like Lunchables dealt with that too for years until they like figured it out. You know what I mean? So like when Lunchables became a thing and was on the scene, they dealt with that all the time until they locked it down. So their version of that, I guess, fucked up, and Prime's being sued all the time and shit. So I don't know, man. I don't know Logan Paul personally. I do business with him. I'm not one of these guys that's like I would never do crypto business with him. But if it was sports entertainment or YouTube collab or something, yeah, for sure. You know, that's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Megan Bain is what Lyra Valkyria thinks she is. Her gimmick is not to take shots, but Jesus Christ, Megan Bain just looks like $1 billion. And getting a big reaction, but another squash match, unless this jobber takes her to the limit. So, Lincoln, I'm here with you now. Okay? Too much. They're doing too much of the same now. Too much of nothing is bad enough, bad enough. But yeah, hopefully they can get him back into Japan. That would be just partnering with Mr. Beast. Dude, you know what show I love? That fucking Beast Games one. I'm super into it, man. The last episode's like tomorrow. I'm not like a big Mr. Beast guy. You know, I've tried his chocolate bar or whatever. It's pretty good. It's good. It's a chocolate bar. But I don't think doing shit with him is that bad. Is he a bad dude? I thought he was like good. Didn't he like make deaf people hear shit, and he gives a bunch of money to people and stuff? I think that's a good thing. No. And I just like his show because along the way, they're like, here, if you take $1 million and eliminate 50 people, you get to stay in the game. And I'm sitting there like, yeah, I'd do that in 1 second. Fuck these other people, you know? And like the winner gets 5 million. Like, that's just unheard of. Same with like the Squid Game reality show Netflix did. I was so into that. Just an obnoxious amount of like obscene money. And the challenges are all just, I don't know. It's just like it's shit that anybody could do. That's what makes it interesting, you know? Some of it's athletic, and like if you're more physical or more mentally spry, let's say, you'd fucking you have an advantage. Obviously, that's comes with anything, right? Like if 10 of us, if 100 people lined up in the exact same cars, and everyone was the exact same age, had the exact same amount days of driving experience in the exact same car on the same track, lined up, took off at the exact same time, someone would win the race still. You know, like someone would be a better driver and know how to fucking win that shit. So obviously that comes with anything, but just having challenges on a game show be realistically like shit anybody could do, I think that's really intriguing for some reason. Megan Bain, yeah, squash. I mean, it goes overlooked because of the squashes earlier. But boy, oh boy, is she thicker than a Snicker, dude. Okay, Thirstcast. Anyways, back into the news, guys. Breaking news. So Paul Ellering takes shots at WWE here, and he goes, at WWE, I am tired of the talking heads. Akam and Hazar can, without a doubt, beat any tag team in the business today. Pedigree check, LOD 2.0. So I don't know if maybe I said it would be hilarious if these guys like lost their jobs, got them back, lost their jobs, and then worked their way back into jobs again. That would be fucking hilarious. You know, Paul Ellering's still leaving his handle, Paul Ellering WWE, taking a shot at Triple H. I don't know if that's necessary. AOP are Triple H guys. Maybe he has second thoughts on it. Maybe they were quote unquote released and he's going to hook them up. Send all of these three to TNA right now. And then boom, the tag division gets put on notice. And then you have Akam and Razor versus all these fucking flippy lightweight teams and shit. Not to diss TNA, but their teams are mostly, a lot of them are, you know, but you have these guys come in and just destroy the tag team division and breathe new life into it. I think that's awesome, you know? Hook them up. WWE can do that because they have a look and size. They're not the greatest wrestlers, but it's not like you can't do something with these two big dudes. They just fucked up and stuck them. The Final Testament, I think, was a bit of a botch. I'm not going to lie. I think overall it just kind of hurt AOP and Ellering a little bit while it elevated fucking Cross and Scarlett, or not even elevated them, but just maintained them. You know what I mean? So anyways, moving along, hope to see them in TNA. Here's a picture of Carlito with John Cena, and Carlito tells CVV, Giga Chad Van Vliet, guys, check out Insight with Chris Van Vliet. Carlito says, apparently I was at the club and he got stabbed. I don't think it was me that stabbed him or my buddy Jesus. You guys remember when that was the storyline? John Cena had to dip out to do the Marine or whatever. So they did the storyline that he was stabbed in the club, or he had to record his album or some shit. And that Jesus guy was in WWE for like no time at all, right? Carlito comes in, wins the U.S. title, whatever, introduces Jesus, and then Jesus like stabs fucking Cena. Then Jesus disappears from wrestling. Where did that guy go? Who was that guy? Right? I don't think it was Jesus, or maybe it was. I don't know. All I know is it wasn't cool. No, it wasn't me. I think somebody at the club did it. Luckily, he made a movie during that time too. So we're lucky he didn't get stabbed that badly. Exactly. Just funny. And funny to see them call back to that. And look at the shape Lito's in still. Jesus Christ. So people are saying, oh, I don't know, Carlito should be worried. No, he's in the Judgment Day and he's not like on obscene money, you know? He's on like a relatively decent contract for who Carlito is and his position in the company. I assure you. Okay, so moving along. Bizarro Babyface tweets out, Meltzer and SRS say Fox is unhappy with WWE. Meltzer and SRS say Fox might sign AEW. Meltzer and SRS never mention a deal for Evolve. Evolve gets a deal with Tubi, which is owned by Fox. Meltzer and SRS pretend all previous reporting never happened. And that's because they're dummies, bro.
Dummy, yeah.
Yeah, Tubi's owned by Fox, which I didn't know, and it's not called NXT Evolve. It's just WWE Evolve. It's just a fucking indie. It's just Evolve is back, but it's WWE. So let's go. I'm going to watch it. It's on Tubi. I'm seeing ads for it already on my Roku stuff. So I'm watching the shit out of it when it comes. So let's be honest here, folks. Raj Giri, pardon me. Sorry, Raj Giri. WWE views on Netflix were up from the prior week from last week's post-Royal Rumble episode. So the post-Rumble, we're up from that, folks. We are. Yes. No, I said we are about AEW too. You triggered wackos. But yeah, dude, we are up. No, WWE is up, and no one's making a big deal. Raj is they're making a big deal out of Collision over there in Meltzerland. But Raj is the only one really talking about this. Averaged 3.1 million globally, up 7%. And with 6.1 million hours viewed, down 8%. So less hours viewed, but up in the amount of views, which is good shit, pal. It ranked number 3 on the top 10 US shows for the week on Netflix and number 7 globally. There you go. Probably was number 1 on that day, number 3 for the week, and 7 globally. It's just going to fluctuate. And I think overall, we're going to see the numbers grow to a normal where like 5 million is going to be normal. Now, I know that's a bold prediction, but that's going to come in a few years. Okay. When we really see, when people understand like, oh shit, WrestleMania and Rumble and all this shit's just on here. It's going to be game changing. So, Bully Ray, Bubba Ray Dudley, shout out Busted Open, shout out Bubba Ray. They joined the he joined the Ariel Helwani show, and shout out Ariel. That's why. So they're talking about John Cena versus Joe Hendry. So let's take a look at this.
And so, what do you do with Cody now? Who does he go up against?
He goes up against the winner of the Elimination Chamber.
Who do you think that's going to be?
I could make an argument for Cena.
I love that it goes, we could make arguments for everybody. It's not something obvious. I love that. And even for someone like Bubba, where he's not just throwing out a name, but he's like, I can make arguments. Dude, the Chamber's coming up. That's such a pivotal event for WrestleMania. I can't wait.
CM Punk, and I can make just as strong of an argument for John Cena.
Okay. Who would you like it to be?
From a personal point of view or from a business?
If you guys, here, let me X-Files my fucking self right here. This is what I think it's going to be, okay? Honest to God. I think it's kind of obvious, too. It's going to come down to, like, Punk and Cena in the Chamber, and then, or maybe it doesn't come down to them. Like, maybe Punk gets fucked over somehow, but ultimately Cena's going to win the shit, and then Punk's going to call in his favor from Heyman. That's going to get him a shot at the title. And we're going to get Cody like reluctantly agreeing to it or something like that. Or like, because, you know, Cody owes Heyman a bit of a favor, maybe not a favor, but that coming to agreement where Roman and Cody teamed up and Heyman, like it's going to be, his favor is going to be like something that's impossible. And then it's like a triple threat. I could totally see that being the case. Anyways.
This point of view.
Business.
John Cena.
Why?
Because John Cena is known all over the world. If on a scale of 1 to 10, if people know CM Punk, like let's just say an 8 or a 9, they know John Cena's name as a 10.
Mm-hmm.
Cena is known all over the world, whether it's because of movies, because of wrestling,
especially in China,
because of Make-A-Wish, everything that he's done. And to see Cena and Cody, listen, Cody has followed the Cena playbook. If Cody Rhodes ever wants to become as big as John Cena, he's going to have to beat John Cena. And I love the story of Cena trying to break the record. It's all there. There's a lot of drama there. There's a lot of very honest, real, personal factors that go into this match.
Can I tell you why I disagree?
No.
I would like to see John Cena versus Joe.
The correct answer, Bubba.
Hendry.
That's because you listened to Busted Open.
No, because I had Joe Hendry in studio and we had a tremendous chat a week ago, face to face. He flew in just to be on this program.
A couple of days ago, I said that on Busted Open. And as you admitted at the beginning of your show, when you're driving your kids to school, you listen every day. And much like everybody else who steals my ideas in this business, you just stole that one.
He literally.
I never listen to Busted Open other than the clips on the show, just being honest, but I always listen to the Ariel Helwani show.
He said, I am going to manifest this. In my studio, he skipped the Jericho cruise to come here instead because he knew this was...
Yeah, see Helwani, he skipped the Jericho cruise, calls it out. And I love that because that's what it was, even though Hendry's trying to be nice. Well, there was a visa issue, and because from the Rumble, I thought, hey, I'll go on Ariel. Yeah, good thing he dodged that fucking Titanic of a fucking mess.
It was the #1 combat sports show in the biz.
All right, Ariel, since you're not in front of me and I can't mafia kick you in the face, listen, I love the idea, not only because I came up with it, and I'll give you the little backstory.
Okay.
When CM
Listen, Hendry and Cena has to go down. Is that a Mania match? I don't know. it's got to be for the TNA World Title, right? Unless Hendry drops it before, but then it kind of loses a bit of that luster, right? But you could still do the match. Like, we'd all still be into it, but him as champion makes it make more sense because Cena wants his world title, and Cena could say, well, Flair didn't win all of his title. Like, it's still a world title. That's still a title held by Kurt Angle, Samoa Joe, fucking, you know, Jeff Jarrett, whoever you want to name, Sting, right? All the names you want to name. So it's a prestigious enough belt, I guess, if you break it down, right? And Cena could cut that promo. If anyone could get it over, it could be him. But here's the thing, though. Cena wins the TNA title. Then what? He drops the belt on a TNA show. Do you know how much money they'd have to pay him? Like, that doesn't make sense. He'd have to lose to fucking Hendry. Now, is that the move? Or do they do that match? Do they wait a long time, like right before Hendry comes into WWE? Because, okay, Hendry's deal is done at the end of the regular year. Cena's done at the end of the regular fucking year. They let Jordan Grace out of her contract early by like 2 weeks or whatever the fuck, so she could be in the WWE in the Royal Rumble full-time, full-fledged on a contract, right? TNA did. So did they let Hendry go a little bit early and they have him drop the title before, and then he goes and loses to Cena, or he beats Cena and then because then he could beat Cena? But it can't be Hendry defends his TNA title against Cena on TNA or on a WWE show. You could not. WWE would never do that. That's like some AEW shit. You know what I mean? That's like the fucking IWGP champion coming over and defending their fucking belt. And here's the problem with this Dynamite. Every fucking match, there's someone coming out interrupting someone else. For fuck's sakes, people getting attacked. And now what? Bane and Penelope are homies? Like, get the fuck out of here. This show sucks, man, when they do this. And then Megan Bane does a shitty F5 in comparison to Zarya's F5 that we see every week, too. Like, give her a different finish, bro. God damn it.
Punk, before CM Punk went to AEW, right? I thought that CM Punk could mean more to the wrestling business if he went back to Ring of Honor. Like, the way me and Devon went back to help ECW that one night, or how Taz went back to help ECW that one night. Punk going back to Ring of Honor could have helped the health of the entire business. That's why I think Cena challenging Hendry for the world championship.
I agree with Bubba, but I disagree. Ring of Honor should have been their NXT, where randomly, Punk goes down and does like a tour in there, like a run with someone down there or something. And you use it to rotate all these big stars that you're bringing in constantly, right? You use it as like a system where you're kind of developing guys, but you're doing the indie-rific stuff. And then you go like mainstream and sports-oriented with Dynamite in that. But Tony didn't have that fucking vision. He just wants to do ROH stuff on Dynamite, on AEW. He just wants to do New Japan shit on Dynamite.
Could help the health of the entire business. Do I think that's going to happen? No. But would I be on board if it did happen? Absolutely. Breathing life into TNA that nobody ever thought could possibly happen. And that's why I like it. I'm a big fan of shock and awe in the wrestling business, and that would be quite shocking.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I agree, but semi-disagree.
And so what do you do?
Side note, Harley Cameron just destroying with a fucking rap on Mercedes Moné. Brilliant shit, pal. That was amazing. She did the double time shit. She rapped over the CEO beat better than most Mercedes raps. And she looks fine as wine and is calling her out. This girl's a superstar. Thank God they're pulling the trigger on her. If they're smart, they give her the TBS title. George Capture says 150 likes tonight. PWT chat is the best. You know what they say, dude. Yeah, try and run him up to 200, right? If you guys want Jericho 200, how about that? No. But thank you all so much. Yes, still well over 300 watching across both channels. You guys are goated. Mike Sauceles says, emailed you vid soundbite of Shane Douglas. Hope twerks. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully you send me. Usually I leave it to Julia Gulia, Mike. Don't be weird. No. I'm just joking. I'll check it out. If it's the Oblivia Cree, then I love it. Thank you so much. And then Yushin FX became a new member. Fuck yeah, man. Love it. 99 cents to become a member. It supports the channel. Check out my Patreon. Consider joining the free thing. And yeah, hit subscribe, hit like, hit dislike, leave a fucking comment, whatever. Appreciate you all. Okay. So we got the tag title match. Okay, moving along here. Dr. Chris Featherstone, who's been a little miss lately, I feel like he was hit and then he was missed all within like a month. He says, sources within WWE have informed me that the online backlash of Drew McIntyre's potential WrestleMania opponent has opened up internal discussions to reevaluate current plans. So I quote tweet this and go, AKA, we planted this seed to garner interest in a match and are working all the sheets again because Drew's gimmick for the last year plus has been, I'm for real actually mad at everyone. So yeah, I feel like it's going to be Drew, LA Knight or something like that they're obviously building after the heat. I guess that's on them, and they're kind of working the work shoot. LA Knight did a great job at that Mania of brawling with AJ Styles and making people think that was real. I told you guys on the show, I had people messaging me like, yo, did you see those wrestlers like really fighting each other at that event and like at that hotel or whatever? And I'm like, dude, and in my mind, I'm like, exactly, it's a work, but they're showing up at each other's houses and shit. Like it's being brought to that level. So I don't know. I just think Drew's gimmick is I hate everyone for real. And so they're fucking, yeah, they're just what they do, what WWE does is I think I quote tweeted it and I might have bookmarked it earlier. And I tweeted this out rather. And I said, like, what they do is they put something out there to social media to see how people feel and think about things. And then they do the different thing that they think will still be good to swerve everyone. You know what I mean? They put shit out there. They let the dirt sheets have their fun time with it, whatever. And then they tell people the wrong thing so that we don't know what to expect to keep the kayfabe alive, right? There's no more, I don't know. It's just clearly shit is so different. I've been beating this to death lately because the sheets have all been eating dick. But speaking of eating dick, man, Tony Khan, when it was in his office, fucking on his knees for sure, praying and begging after this. I don't think he thought WWE would bring in, or maybe he knew like Ricky Starks, but maybe he just thinks that Miro and Malachi are going to eat up like the amount of money he was paying them. Like they're going to take pay cuts to go to WWE from what they were getting in AEW. I hope everyone understands that. But yeah, Ricky Starks, I'm going to fucking play this small on the side. I'll scroll down. Hopefully we don't get Don Stevens. Here, I'm going to scroll this forward to like a part that looks good here where we can see the man doing his thing with the crowd erupting in the cage, right? So Ricky Starks is there, and we will play his promo off to the side, and let's just hear what he has to say. Listen to the ovation. He shows up. He doesn't say his name. Now, his name, I said it earlier in the show, his name is Richard Starks in real life. It's just 1 day notice. So they might have not even signed an agreement with him to use his name yet, so they just didn't say it on TV, right? He owns his real name. Will they change it? I highly doubt it. If they do, it's not the end of the world. I really fucking doubt that they're gonna, okay? They really fucking haven't been doing that lately. You can't think of anyone since Vince left where they're forcing anyone to be anything that they're not. And I think it doesn't make sense that he changes his real fucking name. It's just that even if it is his real name, there's legal shit that goes into it. I alluded to it before. AJ Styles tweeted out like a day ago, correcting someone online. He's like, no, I allow people to use my name. He's like, so I allow WWE to make merch and use AJ Styles, So that's in the deal he worked in. Everything's negotiable. For sure, they're negotiating his name. Even when Vince was there, they let Cody Rhodes negotiate his fucking name, But yeah, let's hear what Ricky had to say. Listen to the ovation. Again, it's very Scott Hall-ish. People at first aren't like, oh my God, it's Ricky, it's Razor Ramon. They're kind of like, wait, what the fuck is he doing here? For real? There was nothing official, anything really other than dirt sheets who said anything about it.
Holy crap! It's obvious you know who.
So they're chanting Ricky Starks. I'm going to bring it back. He goes, it's obvious you know who I am. And like people sort of like came up to him, but they're sort of standing back like, whoa, what is this? An invasion? What is this shit? No, but he goes, you people know who I am. And someone in chat said, call him Ricky Marks. And then he's fucking cousins with me, dude. I love that.
It's obvious you know who I am. If NXT is the future of professional wrestling, well, guess what? You need an absolute superstar of the future. If this is the hottest brand, well, you need the hottest free agent right now, baby.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm so happy he's here. And his promos, it's lit, bro. And did they give him a script? Fuck no! Fuck no. So a guy like Ricky is going to thrive in this environment.
Do not let the handsome face and expensive fragrance fool you. I am here to turn this place upside down. And everybody's been begging the question, when will the revolution be televised again? And well,
CW. 1 milli gang this year, one time at least.
I'm here, ain't I?
And then he hits the fucking pose.
$1 million from now.
I won't remember you. Hey, $1 million from now. Hey, I won't remember you. Yeah, I love 2 Chainz as well. He's one of my favorites. He's so fucking funny. Everything he says, you know? His punchlines are all like, they kind of don't make sense, but then you think about it, you're like, it kind of makes sense. Yeah. He like says some like simple kind of stupid shit, but it just makes you think. So it's actually kind of provocative. You're like, huh, I never thought of it like that before. 2 Chainz. Ricky Chainz here, bro. Let's go. The chains are broken free. Ricky's free, bro. Hashtag free fucking Ricky, bro. We did it, chat. I like to think we help manifest this shit. What? You know what I mean? Let's go. And so, yeah, I called it a long time ago, dude. Ethan Page as a heel versus Ricky Starks as a babyface for the NXT title. Ricky can be the guy to get it off of Oba. You're going to call some of these guys up too, so it's going to leave a little bit of space. Some guys are floating in as well. You have like Theory and Waller are kind of in NXT more. And I just think Ricky Starks is the future. That's going to be the champ. And yeah, we'll see him then go to the main roster one day as well. It's not like he's going to be in NXT forever. People are like, he's in his 30s. Oh, well, 2 years in NXT won't kill him. 1 year in NXT won't kill him. And it's the perfect place. And I was almost spot on. So hopefully they just surprise everyone. Lights go out on Raw after Mania. Malachi Black comes back. And then hopefully they just run vignettes for Miro. And then when he comes back, it's just... Because the thing with Miro is we don't need it to be a surprise. We need him to just tell us he's coming. And then when it's like, he's here, and then not Bray Wyatt style, but you build up to it for like a month worth of vignettes. And then finally it's like the door opens, he comes out of it. He does that thing where he runs out on the Tron and goes, whoa, you know, where he does like the Chuck Liddell thing or whatever you want to call it. The Miro stomp where he fucking, whoa, when he comes out of the thing. All we need to see is that with some fucking fireworks and everyone's just, holy shit, Rusev Day, you know it. Like, it's done. It's a done deal. Rusev Day shirt's going to sell like hotcakes. So, yeah, it's those 3 guys. Now, again, and Ray Phoenix. Now, if you're like, oh, Britt Baker to WWE, I don't care about that. Who else? Are some of these names floating around? Edge go back to WWE, sure, as like a legend, Hall of Famer type. Like, he doesn't even need to be a full-time wrestler, you know. There's just no one else I'm really in. Even like MJF to WWE, they'd probably put him in NXT for. I'm not even. That to me, I'm not. That doesn't even excite me like it used to a few years ago. You know. So I don't really know anybody else that could other than Kenny Omega. That'd be the one guy that you could pull a Cody Rhodes and debut him at like a Mania, and it would go fucking bonkers. And I know some people scoff at that, but I'm telling you, man, he's that sort of dude to the marks, you know, and casuals as well. I think more casuals know who Kenny is than people realize, too. But anyways, though, moving along, Ricky Starks, he cuts a little backstage thing for WWE social media. I will play this for you all. He just strikes his pose. You already know what it is. And, oh, yeah, the tweet NXT put out was the game just changed or whatever, obviously taking shots. And that's what I mean. NXT's way more petty about their feud with AEW because AEW kicked their ass and now NXT's getting it back. So everyone likes to talk about, oh, Dynamite lasting longer than Nitro did or whatever. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure fucking Ring of Honor has too, bro. That's not really the flex, you know? And NXT won't be able to really flex till they get all of those same amount of weeks back. But yeah, here's Pretty Ricky.
The absolute one is here.
The absolute one, there you go. So I love it. And yeah, hopefully they don't change his name, but it's not going to matter. If they do, it's just like Eli Drake, LA Knight. The character is going to get over. The person, the human being is what's going to get over. He's a star. His fucking name doesn't matter as long as it's not like toilet bullshit head, you know, as long as it's something reasonable, we're all good. So back to Busted Open and shut out 6 Feet Deep with Mark Calloway. And The Undertaker here reacts to Ricky Stark's debut on NXT and recalls meeting him back in 2015. Here is Taker and Bubba's live reactions here to Ricky.
About Cody, who's on my TV right now. Your point. I see you pointing at something.
It's Ricky Starks, isn't it?
Wow! Look at the eyes on the dead man. Ricky Starks is live on NXT right at this very moment. We both popped huge to see Ricky. And boss, you were telling me that in 2015, when you were training for your Mania match with Shane, you came across Ricky Starks. Or Ricky Starks came across you. Please tell us the story.
Yeah, so I'm training at this gym. I noticed this kid is there every day. Doesn't say anything, really.
What did Thunder Rosa say before? He's the hungriest, hardest working when it comes to promo, physical, getting better in ring. Listen to what Undertaker says. This is why he's going to be Ricky Sparks, Ricky Marks, Ricky and Phil, fucking tag team champs. Ricky Marks, dude. It's not going to matter.
Every day. Doesn't say anything, really, respectful. As the training went along and we needed, different spotters and different help, but he was always like right there. Finally, we struck up a conversation and he told me that he was trying to break in the business. And I tried, I'd set him kind of talk to him about different things. And he actually, on one of the Rumbles that Michelle was a surprise guest in, she wanted to get in the ring and he came down and trained with her. And I've seen him a few times here and there, and I've always had great
Not that I watch AEW because that shit's for fucking marks. I mean,
conversations with him. He's such a good kid, such a respectful kid. So that caught me completely off guard. I hadn't seen him in probably a year and a half, maybe. And then I just looked up and saw him there. But that's how we met. We met in a gym while I was getting ready for Shane at WrestleMania.
Hell yeah. Everybody giving him the seal of approval there. Hurt Syndicate defended their titles. The crowd was hot. I think they did pipe in the noise because I'm looking at the people now. And
talking about
they don't look as like they're going as crazy as I was giving them credit for before. So Ricky Starks posts this on his Instagram story, and Julian Weeks posts this. No, ain't no way Ricky just posted this. So Ricky debuts and then posts this, dude. This is what I mean. Michaels was like, you ready to fucking stick the knife in and fucking twist it. You know what I mean? And Ricky's like, oh, hell yeah. And this is the thing, too. We all saw it in fucking Ricky. We're all like, push Ricky. They don't want to do it. Okay, so what's Sean going to do with him? Not push him? Of course they're going to. He sees the talent in him, too. What the fuck? Kevin Nash, speaking of legends, giving the approval, okay? Kevin Nash praises Jey Uso's promo on Raw, the emotional one, where he was crying. And, you know, Jey can do real promos. Jimmy's better on the promo, but don't matter. He's going to be big one day, too. He's going to be maybe not Jey level, but we'll look at Jimmy as well as not like the underling there. He also invented Yeet, if y'all don't remember that. But, yeah, Jey Uso gives that emotional promo, and also he sells the merch and he does the Yeet promos as well. So he can do both. And already after 1 week, after all it took was Gunther just interrupting the entrance that we want to see. We love the entrance so much that we go one more time. Okay. And he interrupts the one more fucking time. He interrupts it. And then just like that, boom, the heat's on Gunther, and we just want to see him and Jey go at it. And we want to see Jey overcome, just like we wanted to see him overcome Braun Breaker and overcome other challenges, overcome Roman at one point. People were like, well, Jey's the one to beat Roman. It's obviously Jey who's going to beat Roman. He has to be the one. That's what people used to say. And then these marks are fucking, oh, he's just an entrance. Really? Or are you just a fickle mark and it's fucking recency bias, or you're triggered about AEW? You know, it's one of the two things. Can I get a fucking yeet for that, chat? Let me get a fucking yeet. Okay. Okay. Let's hear Kevin.
This kid has been around.
And shout out to Click This and Sean Oliver.
A long time, 15 years. And it's like the people have finally got with him, and he's just like, yeah, I listened to somebody that basically said, man, I've questioned my existence in this business my whole fucking life. And I sit out here tonight and you validate that I belong. That's fucking powerful shit, man. That's the shit that gives me fucking chills.
Yeah.
That makes me want to fucking watch it. I don't want to fucking listen to somebody read fucking dictation from the fucking writer's room.
Yeah.
I want somebody to come out and say something from the heart.
Yeah, dude.
I wanted to fucking have a little bit of fucking street cred. This kid has been.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. Kevin just nails it on the head, man. Kevin knows, man. Clicking it. So, yeah, Josh Gresham says, so he's probably not going to use that name because they did everything but say it. And I just said, I think it's a formality because it's 1 day notice. They need a minute to get things trademarked and put in motion. This thing happened literally overnight. He'll be over as fuck, whatever the name is. And that's the thing. I know some people are like, well, it's his name, though. I know, but you got to think, man, they're going to put it on toys now. This was 1 day. I don't even know if everything was legal here. That just for real, you know? So maybe just saying his name was the way they could have, well, if we just don't say who you are, but you just talk some shit, we can get away with it for now since it's last minute here. And then in a week, or they're changing the name, you know? But either way, it's okay, guys. Ricky's going to be fine. Ricky, can't you see? So Carlito gets asked about AEW and if it was ever a consideration for him with Giga Chad Van Vliet here. So shout them out and let's hear what Carlito has to say. I bet it will be cool.
Well, I don't know. I have a thing with loyalty. You know what I mean? I've only ever been a WWE guy, so.
And then they applaud that shit. That's how hot WWE is now. Before it would have been like, oh, are you sure you don't want to test the waters? Dude, people love. Now it's not. And you guys notice too, the stories aren't the evil management that we hate that are taking advantage of everyone. It's sort of like management is cool. And when they're presented as evil, because all these marks at what culture and shit grew up in the Attitude Era, they think that that's what's supposed to be good and that's what always works and everything, but it doesn't. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just got to do a throwback story. Rely on the stories on the TV show and then give us the great matches on the PLEs and just focus on 4 or 5 things and then have 4 or 5 things surrounding those key 4 or 5 things, man. Right? It's real. It's not real simple, but it's like, how do you think people write sitcoms for fucking 12 years, a sitcom's on the air, because you have like one or two key things, and then you have sort of like one or two kind of not as key things throughout a season, but then in every episode as well. There's like an A and a B and sometimes a little bit of a C in there. That's all you got to do. God, seeing Cope come out with a fucking briefcase, I'm cringing so fucking hard.
I always kind of like that, just being a one company guy. So, I mean, as long as they'll have me, I'd try to stay loyal to WWE as long as I could. And hopefully I would honestly like to end my career with them. Well,
yeah, do it. He's going to get inducted in the Hall of Fame. Remember, Carlito debuted on SmackDown, won the U.S. title, and then when his time was done on SmackDown, so in the WWE, his debut was winning the U.S. title. And then he went to, when the brand split happened or whatever, or not the brand split, it was already split, but the draft happened, and then he got drafted to Raw, and then what did he do the first night, chat? Won the fucking IC title. Like, that's legend shit. Cleric, sorry, dude, I didn't even see this. Hope all are warm. Have a great 100th on Saturday, dude. Cleric, you better fucking be there in chat, hanging out. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna be chaos. So we hope to see you there. And yeah, sorry, you sent this in a while ago. I did not see it. And yeah, I appreciate you. Definitely, it's gonna be fun. So if you're just tuning in or you didn't hear earlier in the show, pardon me. I'm watching. I'm trying to listen to Edge at the same time. I'm babbling. But yes, Saturday, PWT Live 100. Make sure you're there. It's going to be fun as fuck. Thank you, Claire. So what is Edge doing now? This briefcase, I'm cringing, bro. Now he's got a guitar case, but what's in there? That spiked thing. Yeah, Spike. This fucking shit. So Lance Anoa'i taking a picture with Shawn Michaels, shaking hands. So prediction time, Phil Diction time. Okay, let me hit the X-Files. We get Lance Anoa'i, Zilla, Hikuleo. They side with Jacob or Solo. Like Jacob splits off with the Tongans and maybe Hikuleo. And then these dudes and Zilla go with Solo. And maybe The Rock floats in there or whatever. And then you have the OG Bloodline. Something like that. I could totally see that being the case. And he's been with them for a minute. I don't know if they're going to start. And he was in WWE before. I don't know if they're going to start featuring him more and more, but there's a reason they're bringing in a guy who knows how to work, who they could have got more out of in the past from the Anoa'i family. That's all I'm saying. And Zilla's right there. He says it like, yes, I will be a WWE superstar. And yeah, we know Hikuleo's been signed apparently, and he ain't been anywhere. Hikuleo ain't shown up in New Japan shows since they said it. He ain't been in AEW, and you know they wanted him, and he wrestled there before. So I just think he's getting in that big boy shape, and he's learning how to work. I think that's all he's doing, man. He's just learning how to work his ass off WWE style, because he was pretty green, but in Japan you can get away with some of that, you know. And that's what's funny about what Omega said. It's like, bro, some of these dudes, like the GODs, were the most over fucking tag team in Japan, and like, look at Tongaloa. That guy is one of the worst, like, in-ring dudes. Just don't give a fuck, man. He was ready to retire. Like, yeah, yes, Logan Paul could go to Japan and be successful. Absolutely. Fucking Johnny Ace went to New Japan and was successful, bro. Right? So, speaking of over tag teams, Demolition has been added finally to the WWE alumni roster. I know randomly they were added in a WWE video game in like 2K13 or WWE 13 or 12 before it was even called 2K. Now, I wonder what that was about, because then they were just dropped again. So they randomly show up and then they're just randomly gone from the games again. And I know that they've had a lawsuit going with WWE like forever, the history of ever. But they've been finally added to the alumni roster. Somebody saw that. Hopefully an induction. I mean, we know Triple H likes tag teams, and apparently he wants to try and induct a tag team every year, right? Demolition, nobody deserves to be in like them. I'd love to see them in all the new WWE games as well. That'd be amazing because, again, Demolition are, it's like them and Legion of Doom, obviously, or the Road Warriors. But yeah, man, congratulations to them. Great to see them back. And we have the Vengeance Day preview here. So we reviewed NXT earlier on. The matches. We have Austin Theory versus Grayson Waller versus Obafemi. So this is weird how they kind of just threw this together, but you feel like Obafemi, they're trying to, because everyone thought he was going main roster, right? But then they swerved us, gave him the NXT belt. This has got to be getting him ready for guys that he's going to go beat the shit out of when he goes to SmackDown. When he's brought onto the main roster, you got to think it's coming soon, especially with Ricky coming in and stuff. So I don't know, man. I think there will be some TNA presence on this card, as far as like I could totally see Fraxiom defending their belts and then like the Hardys coming out and just being like, what's up? But we're also going to have that Spooky Faction debut. So don't be surprised if there's no TNA presence either. Okay. And yeah, we have Waller and Theory, and they're sort of beefing, and the Theory babyface run is going to be amazing when it happens. I've always thought that. But anyways, Obafemi's going to beat these dudes because of miscommunication. I feel like something kind of obvious. We have a 4-way with, if I'm not mistaken, or is it a tag match? I totally am fucking dumb and don't know what it is, but it's Bailey and Julia against Cora and Roxanne. No, they did that on TV already. So it's like a 4-way for the women's title or what? And then Vacker was eyeing up the women's title. So I don't know if Fallon Henley, I think, drops it to Vacker. No, these aren't my final picks. We'll pick them the night of, chat. But yeah, you got to think she gets the North American title at least. No? And I know she's Chilean, right? But she's a lucha libre, so Mexico, part of North America. Or she gets fucked out of the title, then goes right to the NXT women's title, because it seemed like Vacker's kind of eyeing up Julia, but not in like a we're rivals way, or there's going to be just like we might have to fuck around and fight or merge the titles too. Maybe we not merge them and they become one, but like maybe we see two belt fucking Julia Gulia down the line, or 2-belt Vaquer or something, and then she vacates them both Asuka style to go to the main roster or something. Who knows? You have, or maybe Keith Lee style is the way to say that. But Ethan Page versus Jay Malachi, or what was his name on the indies? I always say his fucking indie name, but Javon Evans, right? And I don't know, man. This match is it's going to be interesting. You know, the story's been really good. The promo, the like through the wire Kanye thing, not current Kanye, but like back in the day when everyone liked Kanye, you know, thing that they were doing there with Javon was really good. And then Ethan Page is really good as well. Like the promos he's cutting is this sort of like off-hinged fucking office rocker type dude. Serial killer type shit. I enjoy that. He's doing better at it than Ricochet is on the other show, but they're also a little different in nature. But yeah, this will be a decent match between them. The broken jaw angle thing was good. Again, Ethan Page being used as a good position player. He'll be in the main event again one day. I think what happens is the NXT title goes to, we see like Ethan Page and Ricky Starks in that picture again, like down the line. Obviously, but yeah, and then we have Fraxiom versus what is it again, Jensen, or what is it, Riggs and Yoshiki, right? Are we right on that, chat? I think I did it. So fuck yeah, I can't wait. That's the match I'm looking the most forward to. And then there's a strap match, Eddie Thorpe versus Trick. Trick's gonna get his back. Eddie Thorpe, man, is just, he's fucking money too. I think we'll see him on the main roster one day. I don't know if he'll reach like NXT champ status or if he'll be like an IC champ one day or anything, but he's doing great stuff, and I like the strap stuff. And I don't know, for a minute they're like, he's a club DJ guy. Then they kind of went away from that, and he's more serious. They sort of just adopted the strap thing that after Dijak strapped him up. But I'm into what they're doing with him now. And again, this is good for Trick. Like, look, we have Ethan Page over here in a match that doesn't need the title over here in this thing. We have fucking Trick Williams in a big money. I don't want to call them big money matches because it's NXT, but you guys know what I mean. It's like a profile match, a featured bout, right? That like a strap match with another legit guy that is not for the NXT title as well. It's just, and there's 6 matches, so you know, a little juicier than normal for a WWE card as of late. But also after the main event, after Obafemi beats these two guys, the lights are going to go out. Shit's going to get hacked. That Vengeance Day group or whatever is going to show up, and they're going to beat the fuck out of Obafemi. Okay? And whoever that guy is going to be inserted in. And I think that's why they're doing the Waller Theory thing, because here they can get the story over. Well, they're kind of the beefing. They're throughout a little bit of time now on SmackDown, and everywhere you see Waller and Theory, they side-eye each other. Waller's kind of a little jealous of Theory or whatever, you know. Even though they remain bros, it's kind of that bromance is going away and they're going to start beefing. So this story sort of carries that along on NXT and gives them like video stuff to play on SmackDown. Because let's say you watch SmackDown, you don't watch NXT, which more and more people are watching NXT, then maybe you'll miss some of that. So they, you know, it's on NXT so they can crop it and it looks good and all that shit. And they're on a PLE and they can advertise it and they can talk about it on SmackDown and it'll make sense. And then for Femi, he's just got to be there to fight whoever this new group is and whoever the leader is. You know, you're gonna beat the shit out of Femi, and then where's the men's North American Championship though? Is that not a thing? Am I tripping out? Chat, what the fuck? Champion. Who is it right now even? We're forgetting. Tony D'Angelo. Yeah, he fought on a cage match. Dummy. Yeah, so he doesn't have to be the big go-home show blow-off match. No shit. I forgot who it was. Yeah. You know why?
Dummy. Yeah.
Because the Ricky shit and Ridge the Fridge stole the show for me. It just really, like, after that match, D'Angelo looked great, but it was because Ridge was so, I just feel like he's such a good heel in that role. And, like, it just made D'Angelo look like such a star. And that guy, too. Drop that fucking belt. Someone else needs that belt. D'Angelo's so over. He doesn't need the North American title, but I love that they use that match on the go-home show as the big fucking big money match. And that's what WWE can do. They have options, okay, to where these go-home SmackDowns, these go-home Raws before and after the pay-per-views, they can put a world title match or a mid-card title match and it feels serious, or a tag title match, and I love that. And it makes you need to watch that show before going into the PLE. And then you don't just stuff it on a fucking pre-show and then no one sees it or it looks bad because there's no one there or no one gives a shit. That's what AEW does. WWE's like, hey, maybe there'll be one match on a pre-show. They rarely do that. But anyway, anymore, if they do that at all. But yeah, so this looks like a great card. I can't wait. And yeah, we're going to watch that shit on Saturday, PWT 100. Be there or be square. Okay. So that was WWE news, round of applause, and let's get into some let's get into something else here. What do we have? We have Dave Meltzer and we have some sicko action. So let's get into some sickos. How about that? Let's scroll all the way down here. I don't think we're flooded with them too. But a few more than typical as of late, because there's been some meltdowns from all the signings and and we got some heartwarming stuff too. It's not all degeneracy, right? So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the sicko segment. Okay, where the fuck is my sound? Welcome to the sicko segment.
Idiot.
Here we go. Actually, before that, let's check in with chat. George Capture D, check the NXT roster page, says Ricky Starks right here on PW fucking T. Let me fucking double check that, okay? Because I'm gonna put it into the clip. So here, I'm gonna close WWE hot news. Okay, WWE roster Ricky Starks, and I'm gonna post this shit on X if it's the case. WWE here. WWE NXT roster. You think on Google it would just come up immediately. superstars. What the fuck? This site is terrible to navigate. Who's behind this? They're fine. Tell whoever designed this fucking site they're fine. Here we go. Let's see, chat. Let's see. Live on the live. He's not on here. Riley Osborne, dude. No Ridge Holland, no Ricky Starks. But wait, I don't know if NXT people are even on here. Or yeah, because Ridge is NXT. No, dude, he's not on here officially. Not WWE yet. Okay, but maybe on like SmackDown Hotel, or what are those smacktalk.org or whatever those sites are? Maybe they listed them already. Right, but on the official one, it's not there yet, unfortunately. Right, because there's NXT folk in here too, like Oro Mensa. Yeah. Damn. Or did I overlook him? Lincoln Hawk says, if Cora wins on Saddle, drop $100 super chat. Okay, well, hopefully she fucking wins. Who is it? A 4-way, Lincoln? What the fuck is it? I'm such a dummy. I don't even know the match, and I'm reviewing it, and I watch the show every goddamn week. It's got to be because they did the tag match. Yeah, so, bro, she ain't gonna win. You know what I mean? But I appreciate the sentiment anyways, right? So thank you very much, Lincoln Hawk, the top mod of the Discord pod. Ricky Starch. Oh yeah, I should stop this poll too. Let's stop the poll here, right? Because it should be done. 97% of y'all think that Ricky Starks was fumbled by AEW and Tony Khan. So I'd have to agree. It's official 4-way. It's okay if it's in a 4-way. Yeah. Want Cora in a 2-way. Yeah, I'm talking all this shit I don't even know. I'm like, it has to be. No, I just yeah, it's been a long couple days. Here we go. So anyways, let's get into the sickos. Where was I?
Yeah.
Stupid idiot. And a sicko. So Unpaid Critic grabs a screen grab of AEW Defender, who the other day goes, hey, WWE fans, if you have Max, make sure you watch AEW Dynamite and Collision from this week. They were both such great wrestling shows. No, dude, they weren't great. They were just better than the shit they've been doing lately. And yes, if you want to go watch ex-WWE guys, they were going to go do it already. So some of the shit in there that you are like, no, it was good, that you think people were putting it over, like your boy Phil, I was putting over the last couple shows. You think you don't agree with what I thought was the good shit. I guarantee, you know, you are thinking other complete shit was what they should be checking out, and it wouldn't work. It would honestly, here's the problem. The WWE fans have decided, they said, nay. And a lot of the AEW fans decided and went, it's just not for me. Gave it a chance, couple years. It's not for me. WWE's for me right now. And that's why you see Collision, 350,000 people watch it. Those are the sickos, the real sickos, the dementoids. 150,000 of those still would prefer WWE. And then when you put Dynamite on the air, about 600 to 700,000 are like the, you know, sicko enough to where you're just going to watch the graps. You're going to put Dynamite on. I put Dynamite on, you know, it's like, it might not be my favorite show anymore, but whereas once it used to be. But yeah, you don't have to tell anybody you watched. Your Twitter rep can stay intact. Just take a moment to enjoy. Be a wrestling fan. And it's just desperation. Like, who the fuck paid this goober to say that? To take our minds off of that disgustingness and give you something good, here's a dad and a daughter, you know, fucking posting, we said his name and he appeared. So they're watching the Rumble together. And they start singing Hendry's theme, and then all of a sudden the music hits. Like, how did they know this was going to happen? They didn't, but just such a wholesome moment.
Say his name and get up here. I've been reading your name. Holy crap! Yo! Oh my god! I was just singing this song. Oh my god, Joe Hendry!
when we met him, I told him he was gonna be number 14. He came out number 15.
Damn, so they met him, and the guy said, yo, you're going to come out at 14. And then they had Hendry come out at 15, dude. And then he was singing the song, and the motherfucker came out.
Holy crap! How do you do this?
How do you do this? He just knew? Yeah, come on, PWT, bro. Give us the inside scoop. No. Let's see here. This guy says, I'm already calling a disaster for Grand Slam scam next week. You should see some of the Reddit comments of pissed off Australians. So again, we've been chronicling it here. We've dove Devin with Devin. Don't call me Devin. We've dove so deep into the fucking this Grand Slam scam. I'm so happy that it lands on PWT 100. What an eclectic time and night for this event to take place. But yeah, the Reddit mob goes, we can shut this down. People are allowed. So the Reddit mod, the fucking mod on this Reddit thing, and those are usually the biggest soy boy fucking, and of course he is like, we can shut this down, but like usually those are the biggest, you know, cuckatoo type internet dudes, you know what I mean? So he goes, we can shut this down. People are allowed to be unhappy that they thought they were spending money for a big stadium show. And that's just it. Oh, it's in the stadium. So your people are traveling. Brisbane's not like easy to get to. They moved the show to this fucking arena or whatever. That everybody's like, what the fuck? I thought I was going to like this stadium show. Even that's a ripoff. Like, you should discount some of these tickets, dude. Give people 2-for-1s. Tell everyone they get a free ticket who's already bought a ticket. I would literally do that if I was Tony Khan. I would just say, everyone who's bought a ticket, you get another ticket because you thought it was going to be for free, you know? And then because you thought it was going to be a pay-per-view or whatever, or like a stadium event. Even if they were mistaken in that, it would be a pay-per-view. That doesn't make them bad faith trolls and jerkers. That makes them human. See, now even the fucking AEW diehards are waking up. No one's grifters. They're not old man podcasters. They just are like, what the fuck, man? This is so stupid. You botched this. $750 a ticket for me plus $440 for a meet and greet that I've been thinking of offloading. Been scandalous, bro. Oh my God. $440 to meet who? Orange Cassidy, bruv. And then $750 a ticket for an AEW show. Can you guys believe that? And then they move the building and just go, yeah, it's on TV. So 2 hours, we actually got to be out of the building. We'll tape some Ring of Honor here, dark matches. And actually we'll air some matches on Dynamite. But it's not that, it's just a collision. So is there dark matches? Like, what do they get? Just a 2 hour with commercial breaks? Holy fuck, man. They fucked up so bad. This guy says, brother, I'm not going to lie. $440 is insane, even if it was still at Suncorp. Bro, yes. Especially for AEW that no one watches. That 20,000 people watch if they're lucky in Australia. This guy says, between tickets, flights, and accommodation, I spent over $1,000 and still have to pay for a 30-minute Uber because the Brisbane Entertainment Center is so far away. Dude, over $1,000 for an AEW show. Like, not even all-in's worth that, bro. I'm so sorry. Like, especially after the last one and the devil one, right? It's not worth it. Like, over $1,000 for Mania and shit, okay. Like, going into the thousands for that, I could get it. It's like a once-in-a-lifetime type thing for some people. I do get that, but they're gouging like a motherfucker too. But yeah, man, AEW can't afford to gouge people. Like, you're not a hot property. What the fuck makes you think you're allowed to do that? They should run a tour of shows there and just do tapings at small places all over Australia and then go back there in a year and say, hey, we're doing a big event. It's going to be a big fucking, we want 20,000 people there for a Dynamite and Collision taping or whatever. And then you fucking go back there in a year and do a big pay-per-view. You don't just hotshot your way in there and go, we demand, oh, you guys paid this much for Rhea Ripley. Well, here's fucking Tony Storm, who moved to Australia or from Australia or whatever, man.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
It's such insanity. So just a quick PSA. Here's Wrestle Guru. The dumbest fuck, man. He's made this show a bunch. I don't know if he makes the list, but he goes, just a quick PSA. Malachi Black didn't want to put over Hazaniga. Put people over Hazaniga. Ricky Starks rejected creative that was given to him. Miro didn't want to put people over Hazaniga. AEW didn't bury these guys. They buried themselves. But who's buried, man? AEW's only buried themselves. This is the funniest thing when these guys talk like they're at all like if someone leaves TNA and goes to WWE, we go, oh sweet. If someone leaves GCW and goes to AEW or TNA, or I mean WWE, we go, oh sweet. When someone leaves AEW, we should be going, oh sweet, because they're being outdrawn by GCW, bro. So we can't go, oh, they did it to themselves. What did they do? Work themselves into getting back into WWE where everybody's happy and where they should have been the whole fucking time. They shouldn't have even left there, you know, or maybe they should have to shake some of the stink off, and now Triple H will do good by them. Or like Ricky Starks, who since his NWA days, everyone's like AEW made Ricky a star. No, NWA, we were saying Ricky needs to get an NXT. Anyone I know that watched NWA Power when they were hot too in the beginning, when they came back, everyone was like, Ricky needs to go be the fucking NXT champion. So, and then when they started doing the NWA crossovers in AEW, what did everyone say? Ricky, get Ricky, push Ricky. He's friends with Cody. I know, I was a sicko. I fucking know. AEW was cooking then. They brought, Ricky in. It was amazing. He wrestled during the pandemic era too. One of the only guys to get behind, broke his fucking neck for the company. So this guy's like, Malachi didn't want to put people over, has an ego. Who didn't he put over? When did he ever have an ego? Or are you just saying that because he was going to wheel kick one of the Young Bucks when they tried to fight CM Punk or Jack Perry when they got in a fight it all in? What the fuck? Is that why you're saying that? Ricky Starks rejected creative that was given to him. That has been utterly proven false time and time again. And Ricky's been like, bro, no, I've never. He's like, they made me come in for medical shit. He's like, and I was at Daly's place when they ran the Dynamite there. He's like, I'm just not getting called to work. Rejected creative, but he went and wrestled in fucking GCW. What are you talking about? And then, Miro didn't want to put people over, has an ego. No, it's not an ego because he doesn't want to put people over and said Dave Meltzer's going to hell, which is what he said on his stream. He's like, people like Meltzer go to hell, spreading lies like that, dude. And that's your fucking friend there, old Uncle Dave. And so Miro has an ego. No, it's not an ego saying, I'm not putting Orange Cassidy over. No, I'm not wrestling. Daniel Garcia's not putting me in a submission hold. Okay? That's not an ego. That's Miro eats more than Jack Perry weighs for dinner every night. Okay? He has shits bigger than both Young Bucks. He's not going to go, you know what I mean? He's going to go work with Hobbs. He's not going to just put anyone over. Okay, that's fucking dumb, and it makes sense, and that's why his comeback, they don't need to keep it secret. You just promote Miro. He just reminds you of like a prize fighter guy. Yes, bring him back in WWE. Miro versus Gunther, bro. Let them cook, dude. Rusev and Gunther one day. Holy shit, man. Rusev and Drew. Ooh. Modern Sheamus with like modern Rusev, where they can just fucking fight each other, bro. Let's see that shit. I'm so down. And all you got to do is bring him back, just play promos, We just want to see him come back. It's Rusev Day, bro. It's been Rusev Day. Last I checked my calendar, it's been Rusev Day every day since he's left WWE as well, actually. That is a fact. So, anyways, moving along. These guys are coping. So, this guy here, Dusty's Muffler, says this to Sean Ross Sapp. Okay. And Alyssa But Why quote tweets it and says something about Batman here. Sorry, I lost it. She says Batman himself couldn't have beaten this information out of me. So this guy, Dusty's Muffler, says this, and he's at Gimmick Bag. So he's probably trolling, but it's fucking hilarious. But he says to SRS, I use the thought of you in my own mind to not ejaculate when I'm fucking my wife. You are gross, and more to the point, Male, not into that. She is the love of my life. Oh my God. Well, it sounds like this guy needs a Blue Chew. And if you use the WWE shop link below and support PWT and Fanatics, and it's no extra cost to you, and you support the show. Back, you know what I mean, dude? Blue Chew, hit me up. I do more ad reads for you guys for free than anybody. But here's the thing, bro. He goes, she's the love of my life, and how do I say this? See you Monday. Too quick because of it. Thank you for having such an ugly face. You're the reason I'm not divorced. So, like, that's too vicious, bro. That's such a vicious thing to even say to
You what?
He's obviously trolling, gimmick bag, but it's super weird. Obviously a troll, though. Like, laugh at it. He's not serious, but the sickos don't relent. Neither do the wackos. And yeah, that is absolutely horrendously disgusting, bro. Save that shit to yourself. Delete your account. Covalent TV tweets out, how is everyone feeling about Ricky Starks showing up in NXT? Wrestle Cringe. Okay, listen to this. Wrestle Cringe, literally the cringiest account. You can't make this up. Started as an account that I even liked. I followed, and they were posting just cringe shit in general. And then they just clearly went full sicko mode, or is owned by someone who works in AEW or something. Like, I have no idea what happened to them, but spiraled out of control. This guy's the biggest cringe goofball ever. And so he responds to Ricky Starks in NXT by going, glad he got what he wanted. I'm not gonna watch that shit though. I don't give a fuck if he gets wins on Obi Fendi or whoever wrestles on HBK's show. Obi Fendi.
Shut up, bitch.
Like, what a salty ass crybaby, man. Obi Fendi or whatever. Like, fuck you. So yeah, this guy here that we cover on the show that I'm sure is a bot account, like part of TK Nation. He's like a AI guy set to troll. I don't know what these guys are doing. There's something weird where they're so like Tony and Meltzer and them are so infatuated with bots because we've talked about it a bunch, but I swear they have these AI bot accounts saying shit like this. But this guy goes, nearly 100% increase for this week's show. I wonder why. Because of the story that was being told and the matches that were being made. That's what Tony's all about. No, bro, it's because the Royal Rumble wasn't on, you know? And so I'm not going to like goof this guy. He's like an AI idiot or whatever. This is like a clear bot. But this is what the sickos, like, this narrative gets out there. Then enough people repeat it. Then enough idiots argue it. And then they turn into like savage AEW haters. And yeah, the vicious cycle continues, but it's perpetrated by these fucking sickos, man. So I'm not even going to continue reading that guy's shit because he's an idiot. But yeah, I quote tweeted fucking this Wrestle Cringe thing, and I was like, Obi Fendi, cringe goobers. JD from NY gets in a sicko war with King Ricochet. So Ricochet and JD going at it. Ricochet arguing with tons of marks. JD going at it with fucking tons of wrestlers lately. Okay, so where does this all start? Let me see here, because we got to go back in time. So what happened? JD from NY quote tweets, or pardon me, grabs a screen grab of Ricochet, and he says, I've angered another sicko with my opinion on pro wrestling. How will I live with myself? Oh, and Ricochet said, JD is a bitch. And so JD responds to this guy and goes, crazy how they never hear the praise and all take the criticisms of the show so personally. And Ricochet goes, oh no, praise or criticism aside, I just don't like you on a personal level. Right? So I don't like you on a personal level. And it's like, do you know him? Do you know him? Do you call him at home? Ace Ventura. And then JD responds with actually a good response, man. He's like, where were you when I praised you for close to a decade? You're working black and gold, defending you from the horrors of Vince wanting better for you. That's right. Silencio. You, you, you don't know me on a personal level. You can't speak about me on a personal level. You know me as a guy on YouTube who calls pro wrestling as he sees it, and that bothers you. Thus, why you're replying to a troll account sparking tribalism on X. Go. Yeah, so kind of owned him though. Like, you don't know me, bro. You don't know me. Here, I'll give that a like, man. 1.6K ratioed him into oblivion. And yeah, man, they get real fucking personally offended by a lot of this shit. People block me when I put them over. I put Danhausen over, I get blocked. Put FTR over, I get blocked. Ricochet, I start putting him over. Now I'm like, I'm actually kind of into his cringe character. I want to see him lose. It's good heat. Like, he should change his attire up a bit and just wear those glasses, even though it's kind of stupid, but it fucking works, you know? It makes people want, like, you wouldn't hit a guy with glasses, and then they just fucking sock you in the face, that sort of thing. But he's going to block me too. Now, watch. Just for saying he got owned. So Dav down bad, Boro, responds to Mini Portable, who's just like one of these. So he's mad at her because she's one of these WWE YouTubers or whatever who reacts to wrestling shows. And she's like in that clique of like Santi Zap and Conman and Wheezy Blonde and Minnie, right? And Suplex and them. And they fucking do reactions, and then they get featured on WWE on like Raw and shit. Right. And I've made my jokes about, but you know, these people are largely cool. Like, let them do their thing. What's wrong? Just because they love WWE and make content about WWE. It's so dumb. You don't hear people from the CFL. Yes, there's tribalism and everything, but you don't hear people from the Canadian Football League telling, oh, all these sports shows are clearly paid by the NFL because they talk about the NFL and not us. Like, Dav's just mad that Minnie reacts to WWE shit. Like, yeah, she doesn't, as far as I know, she doesn't watch New Japan and your indie mark fucking AEW bullshit, bro. I'm sorry. Like, so you're fucking mad. But yeah, Mini Portable goes, I mean this in the most respectful way. TK is an absolute dumbass for letting Ricky slip through his fingers. And it's so true. And then Dav goes, mean this in the most respectful way. Triple H is an absolute dumbass for letting Ricochet slip through his fingers. Ricochet, bro. Now, again, I'm not hating on Ricky, but Ricky Starks is going to fucking outdraw Ricky Shea in the grand scheme of things, bro. I truly believe that. And, yeah, Ricochet is an awesome talent, but he didn't let Ricochet slip, bro. Ricochet wanted to go. And they said, okay. And then they gave him an angle off TV. Tony Khan because they pushed Ricochet. He's a US champ. He's a tag champ or whatever. He's had matches. He's done his thing, bro. He's in NXT crushing it. So the thing is that Ricky never really got a shot. Yes, he was a tag champ. He was a TNT champ. But when it became apparent that he wanted to go, or just because he showed up at a WrestleMania, like other wrestlers don't show up to support their friends at wrestling shows, that's when Tony Khan had a fucking problem with it. And anyone who liked Cody or backed up CM Punk got ostracized, hated on, and buried. We covered it. And it was pettiness and lashed out on. They weren't petty to Ricochet. You know, yeah, he puts a guy over strong on his way out. That's what you fucking do. You know, now, was it a little overkill? Yes, of course. That's because they knew it wasn't like a 90-day thing or whatever. You could just show up. Okay. So it's like Tessa Blanchard with Jordan Grace. I thought that was overkill too. So yes, I give the criticism there where it's fair, but this whole thing is like, what about Ricochet? He got his time. He got his run in WWE. How old's Ricochet, dude? You know, he's been there for years and fucking years, dude. Ricky's never had his time there yet. So it's not even a real comparison because AEW time doesn't count as WWE time. AEW is where 50-year-olds go to fucking keep getting paid and, you know, get
the best guys, Tony Khan.
So Dav's just a dumbass, dude. He's always fucking coping. Usual suspects. This aged terribly. OG Pizza Dog says Ricky Starks saw that NXT contract offer and said, nah, Tony Khan is good people. Some would say the best. And then that was in fucking last April, a year later. Boom. He's in NXT. So Neckbeards post, these sickos really think they work for AEW. Fuck, man. These Follow the Revolution guys, they're the sickoest fucking sickos. It's so funny. They legit put out these like press statements like they work for AEW. And to the sickos, this is chill and cool and okay. But me being fence-sitting Phil and like neutrally calling shit out makes me an E-Fed drone because I have a fucking affiliate link. But anyways, this guy, Follow the Revolution, goes, I had intended to address the recent departures from All Elite Wrestling this evening with a special live, but I prefer to issue a formal statement instead. Like, you don't work there, you fucking goof. Or unless you do. If anyone believes that the loss of talent will negatively impact the promotion, I assure you that it will not. We know. Or no, it will negatively impact perception because Tony was reactionary and did this after WWE released a bunch of people. Right? He tried to hide his quick cuts because he knows he's going to hire Cedric, and everyone's going to go, why the fuck are you hiring Cedric and you don't put Ricky Starks on TV? He knows that's about to happen. He still didn't let Ray go, not going to use him. And it's like, we know it won't affect them because they're not on TV, you dumb fuck. Rather, we should commend these individuals for their dedication and commitment to the elite squared circle. Just as athletes transition between teams and sports to explore new opportunities, the same applies here. With AEW boasting a star-studded roster, this presents a chance for other talents to step up and showcase their abilities. This company, AEW, is home to one of the finest wrestling rosters in professional wrestling today, and it is regaining momentum. I urge you to have confidence and not be disheartened by these departures. I appreciate the contributions of Miro, Starks, and Black, and I'm excited for their future endeavors. It is worth noting that AEW allows talent contracts to expire rather than releasing them. Not true. You fucking idiot. So you just lied, thereby avoiding putting them out of work. Yeah, you know that, like, because he's trying to take a shot at WWE, but they get paid for the 90-day thing, or else they're just free to go right away, which they've been doing more. Like, this isn't Vince's WWE, goofs. Sometimes it is really not necessary to keep such a roster with a crazy amount of talent that could make the roster so bloated that it's not fair to the talents who could make a name for him or herself. AEW is loaded with unlimited potential stars, which the company always builds. Harley, not a star. Garcia, not a star. Ospreay, not a star. Like, maybe a star internationally and shit, but not in America. MJF, not his stars fallen so hard. Mariah, not a star. Many more. Enough with the bad faith takes. We are better than this guy. While you're giving the most worst faith take with lies in it, we are better than this, guys. You are entitled to opinions, and I respect yours very much, but sometimes it's like we live in a world where become over dramatic. It's just wrestling. AEW is my favorite. AEW has my favorite wrestlers. GJ. Well, you know what they say,
You
chat.
fucking mark!
I'm moving along here. So, last Sickos one here. Maybe Sam Mulhausen Jr. can cite his sources better than his buddy. This is Ref MJ, by the way, who committed, knowingly or not, insider trading. And when asked Steven about it, he ran away and hid in a corner. Don't trust a single thing this guy says. He's full of shit and cover-ups and more shit. More dishonest than Brandon Thurston, if you want to know my honest opinion. Someone tell Steven I'm still waiting on him to get back to me with the answer as to whether his buddy knew he was disclosing material, non-public information when they lied about Saudi buying WWE. So Steve Muehlhausen goes, despite the NY Post article this morning, I have been told by two sources the Vince McMahon grand jury investigation is still ongoing. So yeah, I don't know. MJ just calling him out. So that was our Sicko segment, ladies and gentlemen. We got some time. Let's do some fucking Dave Meltzer. I want to see some flutes in the chat. Flutes in the chat. Still a huge turnout here right now. So let's do it. Flutes in the chat for everybody's favorite segment. I'm going to hydrate here, and I want to see flutes before we play them. I'm going to check in with chat as well, so you guys know I'll know if you're lying or not about the flutes being there. You must summon the Meltzer moment, okay? And we got a couple videos, so this is going to be fun. And we have a Brian. We have a Brian. The funniest Brian ever, where he contradicts himself. Okay? He says one thing and then just says a fucking whole other thing. Right? So I can't wait to get into that. Hopefully you guys can see that. Here, we'll kind of scroll down just for the time being. And before we play the flutes, I'm going to hydrate here. I'm going to chug like a bunch of water. So when you hear the dead air, that is why. And then I'm checking in with chat. I see all the flutes. Bro, look at the flute gang going fucking crazy, man. What are you talking about? Flute gang in this motherfucker right here, dude. Chat's kind of crazy. Be careful. Yeah, it's okay. I'm crazy, possibly. Doug Flutie for life. Yeah, bro. Let's fucking go, man. Doug Flutie is a fucking true OG, man. Okay, Perry pack break. Chug down some water break. W vocals? Are you talking about my singing? Yeah, it's funny. Chat's like, you're actually not bad. It's like, it's funny. Okay, it is time for everybody's favorite moment of the week, and it is called Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. So Mercedes Moné told Dave Meltzer, we covered it on the last show. She told him to shut the fuck up. We covered it live on the air. Basically, he went on this rant about us. This is Sting versus Ric Flair. You're Flair, Moné. So make her make Harley Cameron. It's time to make her like Flair made Sting. And yeah, so here's Alfred Konuwa's take on it, about a minute long. And this popped me hard. Shout out, This Is Nasty, a friend of the show. Let's go.
He ran his mouth and got told to shut it because Dave Meltzer pissed off another wrestler. The stuttering sicko rambled for what seemed like hours about how great Harley Cameron is and why it's somehow Mercedes Moné's job to do the job and put her over the way Ric Flair did for Sting.
I've been putting Harley Cameron over for fucking ever, saying when Swerve first came into AEW, is when I was like, you know, him with fucking Hobbs and Harley, and they're like and Nana, and they're like a record company type, sort of like Hit Row 2, but I was like, that would work because she can do the rapping and singing thing. Saying it forever.
Because because put it this way, Harley Cameron, Harley Cameron is exactly like Steve. Mercedes said, and I quote, shut the fuck up. Look, I love Harley Cameron.
Nerd alert.
I think she can save AEW, but not with Dave Meltzer's help. In fact, STFU is exactly what Dave needs to do. Gooner Dave is so hateable.
Gooner Dave. Oh
that anything he loves gets hated. Dave could turn black people against swag surfing if he loved it enough. He's like Lenny Small from Of Mice and Men when he literally loved a puppy to death. That's what him and his imaginary star ratings did to AEW, and if he doesn't shut the fuck up, that's what he'll do to Harley Cameron. I get it, Dave. You're cuckoo for Cameron.
Yeah, that's it, man. Dave, shut up because you ruin everything. Dave is like when your parents start using the lingo of today or whatever, and then you're like, God damn, it's so cringe and out of touch. That's what Dave is, man. She's really cool and over. Okay, now it's not cool, you know?
Now shut the fuck up because he ran.
Yeah, thank you, Konoha, for saying that and pointing that part out, because that's the part everybody's forgetting, okay? Yeah, let's see here. Thanks for that one. So we have a Brian. Where the fuck is my Brian? We got Brian. Moment of the week here. So we covered this already on the show, I believe. Yeah, we did. I already read this, but I got to read it again. So Brian goes, in his quest to conquer luchadors, there are rumors that Chad Gable could actually be working some matches in AAA while he's off WWE TV. And he says, I also have been told, I don't know if this is true or not, I sure hope it is, that Chad Gable is actually going to be working some dates for AAA. And then later, on the same fucking day, he tweets out, it looks like Chad Gable will not be headed to AAA. There was a plan involving a luchador mentoring him, but it may have fallen through. So which is it, you fucking stupid idiot, Brian?
Stupid idiot.
Brian, right?
Brian.
Like, well, which is it? The same day? Well, actually, so you heard a rumor, you talked shit on what's supposed to be your news show, said you heard a rumor instead of come on a dumb fucking comedy show like this where I go, don't listen to anything I say, I'm stupid. And I go, okay, someone kind of told me this shit. It could be totally off, but let's keep an eye on this. Instead of doing that, you fucking go. And also, this is you getting worked, Brian, because whatever he's doing, there's some luchador thing he's doing 100%. We're going to get a vignette of him training with a fucking luchador. I think it'd be funny as fuck if it was just El Generico training him, but in a mask, and he didn't know it was El Generico. That would be too goofy, though. But you remember when Sammy and Chad had the training shit? But then it's Sammy in a mask training Chad, and he doesn't realize Sammy's Generico. I think that shit would be funny, but that's too comedy-ish. I think people would boo-boo on that. But anyways, Gable's doing something. Now, whether he goes to AAA or whatever, who knows? I could see it, and I believe it. And that would be smart. That'd be awesome. However, why don't you send the whole Creed faction down there, you know? Or the whole, American Made. But it's just funny that Brian's like, well, it looks like he will not be headed there. So, like, either WWE, someone contacted him and was like, no, that's not true, because it is true, or he was just talking out of his ass or something. But either way, I think that's the first official, like, Brian, which is part of Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week, because they are WONF4W. They share it. They have to own it, okay? So the main event of the evening, we have, I don't know, this video. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just do the whole thing. Shout out RIP Harley Quinn Cornette. Shout out Mrs. C and Castle Cornette. And shout out Jim Cornette and Brian Last. Make sure you guys subscribe to official Jim Cornette. You all already are, because I can see my analytics. I know who watches my show and who watches his show. And so, yeah, this is amazing. I love when they do the Dave crossover stuff. They cover it in a way different way. I feel like their approach to ripping on Dave, and they find these gems, and they're going retroactive. I always said, hey, when all else fails, I'll go retroactive. But I'm the times, so I got to keep you relevant. I throw in some throwbacks here and there. However, Last can add more context. Like, Jim was around back in the day, so when they do these, like, oh, the Dave files and shit, because who else can even get access to that type of stuff other than Last, other than someone who has like a treasure trove of fucking, you know, ability to access people and stuff like that. So I love these. Shout them out. Subscribe to the channel and the drive-through and the experience. Here we go.
Good time in the show to talk about this match. Did you hear the latest Dave Meltzer, Brian Alvarez argument?
Oh, are they fighting again? You know,
thanks whoever sent this in, because I did not know about this, and Meltzer said what did not send me this. So
somebody needs to regulate Dave's medicine, because he wouldn't get cranky. Then maybe it's his blood sugar, or could be he needs some Metamucil. What are they arguing about now?
Well, they're arguing about this match. So let's go to this. The Meltzer Says What Twitter account.
Oh my God.
Which follow.
How dare he? Or is this the same argument that we went over on the show? Probably, right? Am I wrong, chat? Someone in chat, let me know. But let's just listen to the whole goddamn thing.
Dave Meltzer all around the country, or specifically at home, I guess. And they pay attention to what's going on there. Here is from Wrestling Observer Radio, Brian Alvarez and Dave Meltzer discussing the Hounds of Hell versus Takeshita and Fletcher. Wrestling Observer Radio, February 6th. We'll stop it along the way.
Then we had Takeshita and Fletcher versus the Hounds of Hell.
Hell yeah, they're doing an EFAP. And then, yeah, so we covered this one already. So this is a refap here at PWT. Refap, I love it, dude. You know
Sometimes
what they
in
say.
life, you got to be a hoe.
So we're EFAPing an EFAP. I love it.
And
it's a hell of a match.
This was quite a great match.
It's a hell of a match.
But I thought they had a few near falls too many. Because at the end of the day, Takeshita and Fletcher are facing the two biggest baby faces on the roster at Grand Slam.
Yeah, but they didn't want to. They.
I know they never want to beat the Hounds of Hell, but you know what? Sometimes you got to beat people. We just were talking about that.
They did beat them.
I know, but like they're hitting all of their moves, And these guys keep kicking out of everything that they've got.
But they still lost.
And finally, we
But
get
you
a
wanna get
combo
them-
brainbuster.
I actually thought that, like,
I just turned my fucking banner on for the Gretzky. It's 99, and I just have it for this part. Chat, let me fucking know next time my banner's not on the ticker. No, it's kidding. That's my bad. But for 100, we got to have it on. Here we go.
they did the best.
I know you're going to put this over. I know you like this stuff. I don't like it. Sometimes it's time to get over a team and not the other team.
But this is not one of those times. This is the time where
A team? You mean like Mr. T? Well, he's retired. He got over at WrestleMania. What do you mean? A team?
you have to get over both teams.
No.
The Hounds of Hell are they're just getting started.
Then they should face somebody else and get over.
Well,
Takeshita and Fletcher are
That's
going
right.
to Australia in 2 weeks against Will Ospreay and Kenny Omega, the dream team. Okay?
They won.
Yes, after not being able to beat them with one near fall after another. And you could even hear the crowd. They had a spot at the end where there was like
And they had a great match.
Takeshita rakes Buddy's eyes. Fletcher hits him with the draping DDT. They go for the cover. Brody kicks out, and you can hear the crowd like, okay, he kicked out of that one. And then they do another one, and they do another one. And then finally they hit that combo Braden button. And you can listen to the crowd. You can hear the crowd hit a peak, and then they kicked out of one too many near falls, and they lost the crowd.
I'll have to watch.
Go watch it again. I'm telling you.
I certainly did not see it that way.
Oh my God. Yeah. The same reaction right here. I love it that Jim's reacting to this.
Watch it again.
And I mean, the thing also is again, it's like this was they wanted to give those guys a win over somebody credible, but they didn't want to. Look, they won.
I'm like, how the fuck does Dave know all this shit, man? They wanted to do this, but not this. So like Tony told you this? Like what? How do you just say this so confidently?
All that matters at the end of the day, they got the win. In WWE, they would have done it the same way.
No, it would have been much more dominant. When Jey Uso was going for the title,
Almost fucking choked and spit out my water when he said that. Jesus.
it's not going to go there and go. That's the story, though, Dave. That's the story.
Yeah.
Oh,
good Lord.
All right, we're going to stop it there for a moment. We have more audio to play, but what are your initial thoughts? Again, Alvarez makes a lot of sense. He still won't say anything bad about Chris Jericho or Britt Baker, but otherwise he's come around on a lot of these things. Dave still has his feet in the ground, his head in the ground. I'm not exactly sure, but what are your thoughts?
I think he's doubled over and both ends are in the ground. He won't get off, but it is a great match. It doesn't matter. But Alvarez is looking at the other side of the coin that we were looking at. How does it help the Hounds of Hell to come back in and get beat when they've just been repackaged? But from the other side of the coin, he's right. Old Kenny and Willie are apparently they're two premier baby faces that they want to try to push in that spot. So they are, and they should be beating people in quick and dominant fashion, coming up on a big show where they're against the evil.
Well, it's the big show.
Heel managers, two fucking henchmen. It's the same way on the other side of the mirror of looking at the thing. That's why we were saying, for a variety of reasons, it didn't make any sense to have this fucking match. But Dave will not get off. Well, they did beat him. Yeah, after they pulled out a goddamn bazooka. But it was a great match. But it doesn't. Sometimes the match doesn't need to be great.
Exactly, man. How if every match is great, then how can the main event be great? Everything's great, then nothing's great if everything's fucking great. It's great. Right? So I love that Jim points that out too.
You need to have a great match that people paid to see in the, I started to say the stadium,
because it allows it's something else to be great. Then by proxy, it's great because the event's great. Because the main event was great and the key matches and the right spots were great. You know what I mean?
Downsized arena. You know what? Some company named Downsizing ought to buy arena naming rights and we could be the Downsized Arena.
Who the hell names their company Downsizing?
Well, people that want to fucking make more money.
What? All right, well,
get rid of all those extraneous expenses.
I'll tell you who's not downsizing. Tony Khan. Let's go back to this discussion. Brian Alvarez, Dave Meltzer, Wrestling Observer Radio, about the match we just reviewed, the Hounds of Hell versus the Callis family.
Okay, what about Sami Zayn and CM Punk? Sami
So are
Zayn
the
got
Hounds of
all
Hell-
kinds of offense on CM Punk.
Are the Hounds of
He
Hell
got
to beat
all kinds of
Takeshita and
offense.
Fletcher at all in? If they're not, it's not the same as Jay and Gunther.
Okay,
Because that's the story that he can't
What did I say
beat
about
the guy.
What is the story? Sami Zayn and Punk. Sami Zayn and Punk.
Yeah,
Okay.
Punk beat him.
He did beat him
decisively, clean.
Right, clean. After how many near falls?
They
One
did
near
not
fall
kick
after
out
the
of
One near fall after it was not a lot of near falls, bro. We talked about it on the show too. It wasn't that many, you know?
this mini.
Maybe not. They did all kinds of near falls in that
No,
match.
not
They
all
did
kinds. No, that's a lie. It wasn't all kinds. It was like a kind or two near falls, bro. And Dave doesn't understand too. If it's a roll up, reverse to a roll up, and then a near fall, like that doesn't count as two near falls or whatever. I know Dave's a fucking mark and he thinks like that.
Yes.
But when that match was over, Punk was clearly the better man.
Yes.
Punk was the guy you were like, yeah, that guy should get the shot.
And Fletcher and Takeshita are heels, so they have to show more vulnerability. And at the end, they won.
I didn't like it.
Okay. I grew up on Stevens
I
and
thought
Patterson.
the match was great.
And I grew up on Stevens and Patterson where they had a fucking match where everyone got all their shit in and everyone kicked out of everyone's shit. And that's how you get heat on a babyface. No, you didn't grow up on that, Dave. That's not the shit you're coping or referring to. See, I'm double reacting to the same clip. I'm doing my own reaction. But like, no, Dave, that's just lies. You're full of shit. That's not how it was booked. Hopefully Jim addresses that too. And it's like, no, Brian's actually right here. Okay. Oh, they needed to look vulnerable. You don't do that by have them kick out of everyone's shit and win a match, bro. And have the other team kick out all their shit and just for them to win in the end. That's not how you do that.
There's too many near falls there.
I grew up on
he's
Stevens
pulling
and
the
Patterson,
Stevens and
and this is
Patterson
what
card.
they did.
That's fine.
I grew up on
1970.
Hold on, that's what they did? Stevens and Patterson kicked out at nonstop near falls?
Well, yeah, body slams, not fucking super pile drivers from the balcony.
Yeah, no DDT off the top rope on Ray Stevens ever. Hold on, let's go back to this.
But that is today. We got to make stars. We have to make stars. We have.
Who's we?
Right there, too. Thank you. Someone in chat said that Sammy and Punk had near falls, not false finishes, you moron. Thank you. Thank you for being a friend. For real, though, dude. Let's
Brian.
give a Brian, even though it's not even Brian, but he's going, Brian. For real, that's it. Like a near fall doesn't even mean a false finish either, Dave. He just doesn't know because he just doesn't know. He thinks he knows everything, so he never took the time to actually learn. But he studies and learns for 50 years. Mahones, Cuervo.
Well, he's taking the viewpoint of the company that he's fictitiously running now.
To make guys that are at another level than other guys.
Jim said it perfect. Exactly. No, Dave, you're fantasy mark booking. And instead of saying you're fantasy mark booking, you're sitting there trying to justify, like, you're just justifying this because you don't have a stake in the company. You for sure don't own 3%. No, I keep making that up, but I swear to God, there's no truth behind that because it triggers people. And they're like, you really think he owned? No, I don't really think that. You know, like if you put a gun to my head, I'd bet no on that. But it's like, would you be shocked if that was the case, chat? You know, tell me another reason that explains any of what his cope sessions are, you know, and all of this deflecting he does. Tell me another reason other than that. Sorry. We're EFAPing this EFAP for far too long. Let's continue.
That's what we have to do.
Okay,
if otherwise, we're not going to have stars.
Guess what? Who's wrestling Okada?
Who is wrestling? Buddy?
Tony the Tiger Khan. It's great.
Yeah, but who's wrestling Okada?
So he has to be protected.
Okay, so put him in another match.
They decided to make him.
I know they did. That's my point. That was a mistake. If you want to protect two teams, have them each do different matches. We have 220 guys on the roster. Don't tell me there's not another team that Takeshi and Fletcher could beat that's a named team. Don't tell me there's not another team that House of Hell could beat.
Yeah, like what about establishing the division? Like Tony doesn't understand. No, you don't bring the guns back and have them lose the tag title match first thing. bring them back and have them say we got to work our way up, and then have them have matches and then build to a title match or whatever. You fucking idiot. He doesn't get it, man. He doesn't understand that he hotshot books all this shit, then he gives shit away and then tries to sell it after, and it's like, no one wants this. You already gave it away for free.
Because there is.
Okay, but guess what? They also did the spot with the fake Okada spot in the match. If you don't have Buddy...
Oh, that one even made me more angry. I wish you had to mention that. Oh, my God. So they're doing this match, and they're like halfway through, and Buddy goes up top, and they hit Okada's music, okay? They hit his music in the middle of this match. So Buddy gets distracted, and he's looking to the back, like, where is...
Oh, and that's the end of that clip. Let's go to the next one. This is the last one from this.
Well, yeah, I know, and nothing happens.
Cut off.
Yeah.
And then he gets the heat back again.
Yeah.
And they just kept going. And I was like, what did we do that spot for? What was the point? It didn't cost him the match. He got the heat right back afterwards.
I already went ballistic on this whole fucking situation, so I'm not going to go into it again with the Okada interruption.
Set up Okada and Buddy.
Hey, stop it here, Brian. Because this is the problem. We know that Uncle Dave gives quite considerate counsel to Tony Khan.
Tony Khan.
They think because their minds operate on the same wavelength.
Thank you. So Jim is pointing out something that I try to explain, but he's going to explain it much simpler and much more intelligibly than I ever possibly could. And what Jim's about to say is like, because Dave thinks this shit is good, and I say this shit all the time, because he thinks it's good, he speaks as though like it is good, man. So if my favorite movie was Donnie Darko, it doesn't mean it's the best movie, you know what I mean? And so Dave explains it because him and Tony, and my theory is they're on the phone and they talk about it so that Dave also, to his own fault, like he's so dumb and in his own bubble, he doesn't realize, because this goes beyond just the creative. This goes to when the YouTube TV argument where Brian is trying to explain to Dave, like, bro, it doesn't record the next 10 minutes. I can't record the overrun. Like, someone complain about it, Brian. You know, and Brian's like, well, I am saying something, you know, like, you talk to the fucking guy. He said everything, but Dave, you talk to him, like, tell him or whatever. And Dave's like, people need to learn, right? That was sort of the beginning of the whole, like, people just don't learn thing. And if you guys remember that argument, it's like that as well, where Dave's explaining the intricacies and the thought behind the overrun and why it makes sense for Tony. Yeah, because you're texting him this shit. They even got in the argument about Mortis, where Dave's like, Brian's getting mad and is like, well, you and Tony are telling each other this, but we don't know that. You're talking like we're all dumb because we don't know this thing you and Tony text about, right? So here, Jim is saying this as well. Oh, they're on the same wavelength, but it's more than that, though. It's like, no, they text about this dumb shit. And then Dave says it like we are all in the know, well, because he's texting Tony. So this is why it makes sense, because Tony's got it all figured out. When really it's just you guys are talking and just trying to explain this shit as though we should all know it and understand why it should make sense, when none of it fucking does. Nothing he's doing makes sense. So you're trying to explain it because you're happy for him and he's your friend and he gives you access or whatever the fuck. But ultimately you don't even understand what's going on, and Tony doesn't understand what's going on. So it's like the shittiest game of telephone ever, right? Tony doesn't know how to do TV and wrestling and all this type of shit. So then Dave thinks like, because Tony knows how he does the wrestling I like, so that doesn't make what he's doing the best shit, though, or to be presented, or people don't accept it that way. Right, Dave? Like, you're in a fucking bubble, but then you say everyone's out of touch, but that's why you're out of touch. He'll never understand this, right? And so it's up to me and Jim to explain this. Hopefully the masses get it and they stop giving him $15.99.
Wavelength, shall we say? That you have to tie everything into everything, and they couldn't have had that match unless that the tease of the upcoming Okada and Buddy epic encounter was included. Even though it was a screen door on a submarine and it got in the fucking way of everything, it had to be in there, and Dave sees that the same way. That's because their minds work in a very technical fashion.
Well, the other thing is, how did it build up the match? Again, it's one thing if Okada interfered and then Buddy was pinned. Although he's eating a pin, he has a reason to be mad at Okada, and he's an imposing-looking guy. Again, we're talking about how this match didn't build up the Hounds of Hell. We didn't even talk about the fact it does really nothing to build up Okada and Buddy, which is, I guess, a feud centered around the fact that Buddy called Okada a bitch.
Yeah, it does. And then now Dustin Rhodes is just calling everyone a bitch. So who gives a fuck? It's just a bunch of bitches bitching, you know? And none of this shit matters. That's the fucking problem, too. Like, what? It builds up the Okada Buddy match? That was a match?
Well, yeah, but that's what, again, Tony thinks, oh, we got to remind him about that. And he just, he'll throw it in, whether it fits or not. And it didn't matter. And Dave thinks the same way.
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's
Dave
the problem.
justifies.
And they text. See, they aren't saying it. They text, bro. So Dave, it's more than justification. It's like, well, Tony said this, and this is what they're doing, and I like what they're doing, so I just explain it as though if you don't understand this thing that doesn't make sense, it's stupid because we've made sense of it. Meanwhile, it's the reason I brought it up with the Frank Mortis thing, like they're talking about contextual things that Alvarez is like, well, you guys need to say that on the show. Someone should say that. You need to tell the audience that. So it's cool that he told you that, Dave, but we all don't know that thing. So that's the other problem, right? And they both have that problem, and they met each other, and they're just a fucking happy-go-lucky couple, man.
The way Dave never flat out says the truth or calls out Tony Khan, he also will excuse things or justify them. Let's go back to this.
It's to remind people Okada and Buddy are doing a match in 10 days.
We just saw an interview 5 minutes earlier.
So it's more to add to it.
If the music or Okada would have cost him the match, then fine. Okay,
More to
that
add
makes
to
sense.
it. It's like a DLC. You just add it on.
Well,
But like they did music, and then it led to nothing. It was
Well,
just something in the middle of the match that led to nothing.
It's part of the deal of Don Callis being really smart. Don Callis, came up with something to help his team. They didn't win the match with it, but it was a spot in there. It's part. Don Callis, is there anything wrong with making the evil man?
I mean, I can't wait to hear them roast this, but also it's like, what the fuck, man? Jesus, it's just so laughable, but it's more to add to it. Like that fucking, it's just mind boggling, man. And I'm sure they're going to roast the whole, like, well, it makes Don Callis look smart. How? What the fuck? I went off on that too.
Manager, like,
But
really
Dave,
smart.
If the music
People just think it's a fucking technical difficulty because AEW has those all the time.
would have led to the baby faces getting the heat, or the heels getting the heat on them, then that's fine. Okay.
Yeah,
but the music hit, the guy's distracted, and literally the spot was he gets cut off, and then he immediately slips out and gets back in control again. So it didn't even distract him.
He should have sold it longer. I do agree with
Yes,
that.
that's exactly correct.
I will agree with that.
He should have
sold it. He should have sold it.
Because otherwise it was a pointless distraction.
Yeah,
if you're going to distraction, the distraction has to lead to something, not the guy just getting back in control again.
It led.
You know who it distracted?
Who?
The fucking people.
Yeah.
The fans. It distracted the fans. They were into the match, and then suddenly, what's going on? And nothing's going on. Where were we? That's what it did.
Well, Jim, on that topic, real quick, we have a follow-up apparently that has been sent to us. This is from Wrestling Observer Live. No Dave Meltzer, Brian Alvarez with a wonderful guy, Mike Sempervive. Let's go to this.
Okay, so is this the argument here? I'll give it a fucking Brian. I can't wait.
You are on the air. Who is this and where are you calling from?
I can't wait.
This is Michael from Rochester. Thank you, Brian and Mike, for taking my call. And I 100% agree with you about your points about AEW that you had at the beginning of the show. And I also heard the argument that you and Dynamite Dave had.
Yeah, let's go.
On the Wrestling Observer Radio the other night about the tag match on AEW Dynamite. And it feels like to me, as someone who has read Dave's stuff since the 90s and has listened to both of you guys for over 20 years, that ever since WWE has gotten better, basically since late 2022, that Dave has become much, much more of an insufferable jerk. And I listened to that argument, and you made like really solid points.
An insufferable jerk, dude. That's a great one.
And instead of like
I just call him dumb fuck and stuff. That's a good one.
him just maybe disagreeing with you and moving on, he just went on and on and on. And I got to give you credit because I could never put up with that. And
Well,
I just feel like that Dave has just become more and more unhinged the more WWE gets better and better.
I don't think he's unhinged. I appreciate
He's fucking unhinged, man.
the call, but I don't want to.
Do me a favor, call him
I
a
would not
solo
call
show
him.
and say all.
See, no haters too. Like, oh, well, we can't. No, let's not even have this discussion. Let's just get him off the air. Thanks for calling in, but because Dave's like, Tony, you can't make fun of me. If you do, we'll just bury you. Tony Khan.
I appreciate the call, but I don't want to.
Do me a favor, call him
I
a
would not
solo
call
show
him.
and say all those same things about Brian because I agree with all of them.
Oh, how dare you? How dare you? See, the thing with that argument, I don't want to get into it here because I got into it on the board, is like Dave is right that there is a template to booking certain things. Okay.
Hold on. Even just what he's saying, I'm cringing so hard. Dave is right that there's a template to booking certain things. No, don't give him. Yeah, there's a template to booking certain things, but what the template he was trying to lay out for you to how to book what the fuck was going on there was incorrect, bro. Don't even give him the benefit of the doubt. That's why Brian doesn't get a pass with me. He's trying to inherit the empire.
Template to booking certain things. Okay. But like he brings up, what's his name?
There's so many names.
It's like Bill Watts, and they would have done it the exact same way.
Bookers like Roy
bookers in the
Shire
past would have booked
Eddie
it the
Graham.
exact same way. And it's like, hold on a second, okay? If you have a template that Bill Watts used, okay, the idea that you can just do that for any group of people at any time, okay?
And this is a good point from Brian here. This is a good point he's making.
That easy, every company would have tons of stars.
Yeah,
You just
exactly,
copy a template. But it's not about just the template. It's like the right person in the right match at the right time. If you use the same template at the right place at the right time with the right people, it works. If you use that template in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong people, it doesn't work. There's no template that is universally going to work. And that template didn't work for that tag match, I thought. Back in a moment, Observer Live.
Well, there it is.
Good stuff. That's amazing stuff. Thanks, chat, for sending me that one tonight. I really appreciate it. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, that was Dave Meltzer's very dumb moment of the week with O'Brien. Right? Hopefully you guys heard that. Brian will play one more with O'Brien. Okay. And then we play a flute for Dave Meltzer. And an E flute for good luck. Okay, ladies and germs, that was PWT Live Show 99, the Gretzky, folks. Thank you all for being here. I really, really appreciate you all. Round of applause for chat. Round of applause for me. I did so well. PWT Live Show 100. Be there or be square. It's this Saturday night. We didn't plan for this. I didn't know it was going to be 100 on this night that has like Vengeance Day and the Grand Slam scam. So I'm super pumped for it. Make sure you guys are here. Phone a friend. Tell them. I absolutely can't wait for it. And I appreciate it so much. Run those subs up. Hit the like. Patreon. Consider becoming a member. Hit the dislike. Leave a comment. Tell me you love me. Tell me you hate me. Either way, I appreciate you all. Hopefully we had a good show tonight. No, I had fun. I'm going to play the banjo for fun. And thank you all so much. I appreciate you all so much. And yeah, be good to each other. Be kind to each other. I got to get out of here. See you at the live show on Saturday, 100. Till then, we'll see you in the Upside Down. Peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend. Yeah.
You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the Sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing Meltzer. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know?
What's the point?
The point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The Sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. It'll be a lot like my favorite movie. Lifetime. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
It's time for Jim Cornette's Strike Through, sponsored by Stephen Paynew. Send an email to our crew by a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette's Strike Through. Come and pull up to the window and we'll open up the screen. Watch his corny cuts of promo on that bitch at Dairy Queen. Hear a tale of Smoky Mountain and some stories from the South.
Then make like Vince McMahon and shove a sandwich in your mouth.
It's Jim Cornette's podcast. Taking questions you will ask. Talking wrestling from the past with his co-host Brian Last. It's Jim Cornette's podcast. Come see Meryl, Kim, and Pockets, Dino, Douche, and Chuckle Fuck. Felix, Riho, Baldwin, Buck, and Harpo Finger Fuck. And then there's Endless Twerking from good old Slimy Gifts.
And then there's Maki Ito, she's the god of love and piss.
It's Jim Cornette straight through, knocking AEW. The Observer thinks it's fine, Uncle Davis lost his mind. We used to be on Monday, now we're not on Monday.
King Kong Monday.
Jim Cornette straight through. Thank you, thank you.
もっと暖かくなるエアコンに変えてください。細長だから快適ゾーン4倍。
What's your next desire?
すぐ暖かくなるエアコンがいい。細長だからファジー速暖。静かでパワフル。日立の
Big Flow。
暮らし刺激人。日立。
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.